And to the beautiful Sebring, Florida. We are excited to have you tune in to the first day of the SCCA Central Florida Region Cabin Fever Cure. Today's location, a track that needs no introduction, the historic Sebring International Raceway. It is a warm and sunny day today with a high of 82 degrees and clear skies, continuing through the weekend, which sets us up nicely for some exciting racing action. This race event features more than 250 entries in a wide variety of classes, cars, and drivers traveling from all over the country, including some from Canada, Puerto Rico, the UK, and more. This is a DriversEye live production with John Davison on the call, and I'm joined by fellow Spec Miata racer and friend, Nick Soriano. Nick, I know I'm excited to share the action today with everyone listening online. How are you feeling?
John, I'm excited. This is such a cool event, and it's such an iconic track. Racing here at Sebring has such a deep history, and for regular sports car racers like us to be able to do an endurance race into the sunset, just like the pros do, is one of the coolest things possible. So I can't wait to see what we have going for us tonight.
That is awesome stuff, Nick. Thanks, everyone, again for joining us in the action here for Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. This is a SARRC points weekend, so points scored in the feature races on Sunday will go towards the Southeast Points Championship, where a championship will be decided at the SARRC Invitational later this year at Daytona International Speedway. But tonight's event will feature a combined endurance race of both 2 hours and 4 hour options, where cars can have multiple drivers participating as a team to bring home the win. We have a total of 52 cars competing in the endurance race, represented by many different classes as we can see them forming up on their formation lap. One of my favorite aspects about this race, Nick, and you mentioned it, is the race ending after the sun goes down. So the drivers will go wheel-to-wheel racing through the sunset into the night, where it gets pretty dark here on the mean streets of Sebring International Raceway.
It sure does. This is one of the toughest tracks in the daytime, just because of the way this track was built on an old World War II airstrip. It's unbelievably rough terrain to start, and then we turn the lights off on these guys, and all they have are a couple of little headlights out in front. And as you know, the Spec Miatas, which I think are the biggest group here, along with the Spec Racer Fords, they aren't known for having great headlights. So that nighttime racing is really tough, and it's going to be a great time to watch these guys. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Really excited. Huge field, 52 cars for a regional enduro like this is fantastic to see. What do you think?
Yeah, we have over 250 cars for the whole weekend, 350-ish drivers signed up to get behind the wheel this weekend, and we have at least more than 52 people in this race. So we have about 90 drivers registered before the race weekend started. We might have some extra ones in there now. But as we get formed up here for the start, we have everything from Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 is pulling lap times of 2:24 for qualifying, all the way to the back of the pack with some 3-minute lap times. That makes it very exciting, Nick, for mixed class racing. Well, but you've done a lot of endurance racing yourself. We've been on a team together. How do you go about the start of this race, knowing that you have 2 or 4 hours and you have so many different car classes around you that you're not really racing against?
It's tough. You've got to have a great mindset of exactly what you want to do right at the start. You can't hesitate, and you have to be able to execute on that plan. If you want to be aggressive, go for it, but know your marks. Right now the track is nice and dry. They've been driving on it all day for their other qualifying sessions. They should know the track pretty well, have some good tires on. So it's a good time to be aggressive, I think. If you've got cars in front of you that are not in class, I think you let them take off. You be patient. It all depends on where you are in the grid, but with how close some of these qualifying times are, groups like Spec Racer Ford, Spec Miata, even ITS has some pretty close times near the top of the qualifying charts. I think we're going to see a lot of good races at the 2 and 4 hour marks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I will say, Nick, though, that you mentioned being patient. Well, for me, I like to treat it as a 2 hour, 4 hour sprint race. I like to just beat the car down.
I know you do, John. I know that is your style. And we've seen you do that before, but it is always tricky. You know, the 2 hour guys may be a little bit more excited. The 4 hour guys may be a little bit more patient. For those of you at home, though, if you look up at the top left on the ticker there, you'll be able to see the different classes. If you see a 4 in front of the class letters, that's going to be a 4-hour team. They're going for the whole 4 hours. If you see a 2 in front, at the 2-hour mark, they will get a special checkered flag for them. Their race will be over. They'll get their own championship points, and the 4-hour guys will just keep going on into the night. So that will help you out there.
Yeah, and I do believe because it is an enduro, we get, oh no, the pace lights are out on the pace car. So we are about to go green here, going into turn 17. Now the field tightly bunched up with the Spec Racer Fords leading the pack. You can see a bunch of Miatas, Mazda 3s, all throughout the pack, other makes and models of different classes. It could be a very exciting start here, Nick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here, John. I really don't know how aggressive these drivers are going to be.
And we get the green flag to start the race immediately, 4-car wide at the start. Turn 1's going to get very interesting. A Miata quickly going back into the pack. But so far, a clean start. Have some faster cars in the back of the pack working their way through. And 4 wide there in turn 1. So far, so clean so far, Nick.
Yeah, everything looks like they made it through turn 1 as we see the last couple of cars moving through there. I'm very happy with that start. We do have 1 car through the pits. I see a little bit of dust, but I don't see too much debris, so I think we're pretty clean.
And it does get interesting there going into turn 3 because you're going around turn 1 pretty quick, even at the start of the race. And turn 3 is a big deacceleration zone. So it can get kind of bunched up there going through the carousel.
Yeah, it sure can. And as they head down into turn number 7 here, the hairpin, it's a really tricky spot here. That extra patch of pavement that you're seeing definitely makes it a little tricky on the brakes. The car wants to lock up as you go onto and off of that transition. So when you're in a tight bunch like this, it's important to hit your braking marks. Make sure you get the car slowed down.
Yeah, and it does appear that
there's
a big lock up there going into the hairpin. As you just talked about how tricky the change in pavement there is in perfecting that brake zone. It does appear that the Spec Racer Fords have already started to gap the closed body cars, and which I would expect them to do so. Most of their times are several seconds a lap faster than the next class of cars in the ITS T3, T4 group.
Yeah, they are just a lighter car running a really similar engine to what everything else is, but when you take 700, 800, 900 pounds off of them, you just see how quick they are. Look at that gap they've already formed. Next closest thing looks like a BMW. Is that our ITS car, ITR car? And they're going to struggle to keep up with them, even with almost twice the power of a Spec Racer Ford. That weight just really slows them down.
And one interesting note, the yellow Spec Racer on the screen there going through 16, that's owned by Lee Hill, and co-driver Mike Cobb, the president of the SCCA, is also in this race. I am not sure if he started the race or if he's coming in second. He did qualify the car, so the president of the SCCA, Mike Cobb, qualified 11th overall, so not a bad showing.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, this track is always tricky, and I don't think Mike is local to us, so coming here maybe a couple times a year is always difficult to get your bearings on this track, but 11th, great showing for him, absolutely.
Yeah, he's already picking off another car as we see him going into turn 1 on the screen. But quite a big gap to the leading pack ahead of him.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've really moved ahead, but I like seeing the nose-to-tail racing as we head through turn number 3 for all those Spec Racer Fords. And that's just the way the race, I think, is going to stay. They are going to continue to be nose-to-tail. These cars are exactly that, spec cars, and it makes the racing great in short races and long races. So I say buckle in, get used to some of this tight racing. I saw a big group of Spec Miatas come through as well. We'll have to check on them next time they come by for lap times.
Yeah, it is the nature of those spec classes where the racing is tight. And even for 2 hours and 4 hours, I would expect there to be close races throughout the entirety of the race. And we've seen, after some of these endurance races, the final split between first and second and third can all just be under a second, which is pretty impressive to hold that consistency for that long.
It is. It is tough, especially at a track like this. I say it over and over again because of, you know, it may be one of the least elevated tracks as far as the highest versus the lowest.
We have
points
some
in the
high
nation.
bumps, Nick.
There are some high bumps, but I mean, you look at tracks like Mid-Ohio, Road Atlanta, VIR, the elevation changes are so drastic there. Sebring is about as flat as it gets. There is no elevation changes, but the bumps, the surface changes, it makes it a treacherous track to run one lap on, let alone 2 hours worth of laps.
Yeah, Sebring is definitely a track that's not very forgiving. A lot of variety of corners we have. You know, some shorter, slower corners like the hairpin, and then you have turn 1, 17, which require not only talent, but some bravery as well if you want to get around that corner quickly to be able to continue to do that lap after lap as the tires start to go away from you. And with the you got to factor in the sun going away. And some of those Spec Racer Fords, they don't really have good lights, do they, Nick?
No, they don't.
I do believe they have to put on a light bar at some point before they get dark.
That is correct. They do have to have a light bar on at a certain point. I believe it is a certain amount of minutes after sunset. So I think official sunset here is at 6:33. That would make me guess that if you're running the 4-hour in a Spec Racer Ford, you'd have to put that bar on, but maybe the 2-hour cars in Spec Racer Ford can get away without having a light bar. We'll have to see how that lines itself up. We're anticipating them being able to go about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes on fuel. So we think that all the Spec Racer Fords will have to do at least one pit stop, even if you're just doing a 2-hour. If they're trying to stretch fuel for a 4-hour, maybe 2 stops. 3 probably more likely, but we'll see how that shakes out.
And, you know, we talk about pit stops. Every driver every team has to have at least one stop for 5 minutes on pit road. And that 5-minute time allows really anybody, whether you're a big team or you yourself and your buddy that are out there racing, to have an equal pit stop experience. How would you time it?
Well, as far as timing goes, I mean, the rule states 5 minutes stopped. So they take your best lap time, add 5 minutes to it, and they expect to see a lap time of
plus the pit road time.
Plus pit road time. That's correct. They expect to see that lap time show up at some point on your timesheets. I do know there are some drivers who have their thoughts about what the 5-minute stop means, and there's always some strategies about how to make the most out of your pit stops. So we will see, but I do like that there is a minimum time, and as I'm saying that, it does look like we have a red Spec Racer Ford off track just under the bridge, exiting turn number 4, but they are underway. So
yep, they are underway. So far, so clean. A spin and continue there for, I don't know which car number that is, but a red Spec Racer Ford spinning on the exit of the carousel. Now, Nick, I like, when I'm out there in an endurance race, I like to see some cautions come in. I like to time it, right? If I see a car off on a, let's say a sketchy area, I can almost expect a double yellow to come out, and I'm gonna try to get in the pits right then and there.
That is always the strategy. If you can come in while the cars are all going slower, it's obviously an advantage. So if we do end up with a full course caution for some reason tonight, we'll see if any cars are able to take advantage of that. And that could be the difference maker. Like we talked about, there's a lot of spec classes that are out here right now, and if it's just a second or two, that's a huge benefit. If it's minutes when you're doing a pace lap, that's a huge advantage. So anyone who can take advantage of that will definitely want to. And yeah, that will be very exciting to see.
Yeah, and we already have a 2-second gap from first to second place and in the overall lead, with Gian Buffamante pulling a 2:26 lap time, followed by the second place driver of 2:27, Connor Grant. It's quite a impressive start there to already get a 2-second gap in a class where there's a lot of drafting. The cars are very close. So in order to pull that gap and then all the way back to third is 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It may seem like Buffamante may not want to make this a sprint race.
It could be, and one of the things with Spec Racer Ford that I don't have enough information about is the tire situation. I know that our Hoosiers that we use on our spec Miatas, they are capable of going for a full 4 hours. They'll be pretty toasty by the end of it, but I don't know how the tires last on a Spec Racer Ford. So if there's anyone out there watching, if you have any information about that, we'd love to know. Does a Spec Racer Ford tire make it 2 hours? Does it make it 4 hours? Do they overheat? Do they cool down well? Let us know. We've got questions. Hopefully you've got answers out there.
Yeah, and it does look like in the comments, no light bar required for 2 hours for the Spec Racer Ford. But if they do go 4 hours, they will require a light bar, as it does get, if anybody in the online has driven Sebring at night, you know there's not a lot of lights on the outside of the track. It gets rather dark in some sections, and it can be very difficult to find your turn-in points, to find your braking points, and some of those visual cues that you would normally have in the daytime. Nick, when you've done some endurance races, how do you adjust to racing in the dark?
It's a slow process for me, honestly. I suffer from some poor night vision, so when I'm in the car at sunset, I really have to focus those first couple of laps when it gets dark. But the biggest thing is those couple of laps when you still have light. I really like to focus on where my marks are and being able to spot something out the windshield, you know, where my braking spots are, where my turn-in spots are, and just remember those, because most of the track is straight, realistically. When you come to your braking zones and your turn-in spots, that's the big ones to make notes of. If you make good notes of those on those last couple of laps as the sunset, sets you up for perfect success into the night. Temperatures will cool down. You feel a little more relaxed. It's a great time to drive. I love night driving once I get adjusted. What about you?
Well, I was going to comment there, Nick. You talked about struggling with some night vision. Some would maybe say, some Spec Miata drivers would say you suffer from some day vision as well. I can definitely attest to that in your driving, which is a good thing you're in the booth this weekend, because we might have some double yellows if you were out there right now. So I'm glad so far that we are all green. And when we look at the start here, Mike Cobb, the president of the SCCA, started 11th, already up into 8th, so he's making some progress. And then we have Chris Clark in the MX-5, the MX-5 Cup car, in the T3 category. He started a little bit further in the back of the pack and is now making his way up through the Spec Racer Ford. So it'll be interesting to see how those two cars compete.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even realize that they were working their way through the field like that. That is going to be a car to watch. I bet you their in-car footage is going to be awesome if they have a camera rolling. Hopefully they do. And that's got to be really fun for them. So,
yeah,
as we continue on, we've got the leaders staying the same. The number 17 Spec Racer Ford still out in front.
With a 2.9 second lead.
Yeah, gapping them a little bit more every time.
Now Connor Grant, just 3 seconds back on Buffamante, but a solid 8 seconds ahead of third place.
8 seconds, wow, that is a big gap. I did just get a note to come through. It looks like there is a black flag for the number 91 Miata.
Oh no, what did he do, Nick?
I don't know, but that is Chris Clark. We are familiar with Chris, and I don't know. I don't have too much information on it, so we will see how that goes there. Just looking here at our little bio sheet, and it looks like Gian in the number 17 car. He's got some interesting facts here. He's been karting since he was 11 years old, and he just got into cars recently 2 years ago. So to see him out there in front doing really well in a Spec Racer Ford is a great sign of some of that karting talent transferring over. And I think a Spec Racer Ford is a great car for a karter to move to.
Oh, 100%. It's almost just like a bigger go-kart, and quite a bit faster as well. And it is cool to see a lot of the kids that are coming up through karting and then getting a lot of experience in the SCCA grassroots level, as a lot of the kids, you know, have dreams to go professional. the SCCA is such a great place to get your feet wet, racing cars, moving up from karting, and there's a lot of good competition here as well. I mean, we have 52 cars, and he's leading everybody.
Yeah, that is not an easy task because this field does have some great drivers in it. We will introduce you to more of those throughout the 4-hour race tonight. But right now we are just watching this lead unfold. We're hearing some chatter of a spin and continue, trying to figure out which car that was, but looks like they're going to be coming in. So we might see them on pit road pretty soon here.
And I think we will start to see, if not already, some lap traffic for our leaders, as there is quite a big gap in lap times. As Buffamante pulling 2:26 lap times, and some of the drivers in the back of the field just under 3 minutes.
Yeah, I've got a couple of cars still on the lead lap running 3:03, so over 3 minutes for some of those ITB cars. But that is the beauty of the sport here, is you can be, at your best, or you can be a brand new driver. And as long as you're safe and people are willing to race with you on track, this is a great place to cut your teeth and really do what you're about. Or if you're just out here for fun, you like hanging out with your racing family like so many of us do, it's the beauty of SCCA racing.
Yeah, SCCA offers an environment where you have everyone from beginners, like you said, to professional drivers that do this for a living. And it's really interesting to see everyone of different talents on the same track at the same time, which you see a lot in these endurance races. But so far we're 15 minutes in, and there hasn't been any real issues just yet.
Yeah, another fun fact about Gian here is that he was running in GT2/TA2 last year. And his dad, Tony Buffamante, was the 2016 TA2 champion.
Wow. Well,
so
I guess it's in his blood.
It's in his blood, and he's doing great. I wonder.
I believe, reading his bio earlier, is also entered in the Trans Am series. Yeah, in TA2, the car can run in these classes as well. We have a very slow car on the start-finish line. 147 T3 car. Getting the driver's name for you. But there is a very slow-moving car just barely rolling down the front stretch. You start to see it on the screen. And that isn't really a great place to be hanging out, Nick.
It is not. That is a tricky spot. If you could have made it a little bit further, there is kind of a tuck away there right before turn number 1 where you can get a little bit out of the way, but I think that they are going to be dispatching the safety vehicles to get to them as soon as possible. Hopefully get them cleared out. We do see a waving yellow right here at start-finish line in front of us.
We also have a backup standing yellow starting in 17. I'm guessing they're going to try to get this a live hot pool.
Yes, it sounds like they are going to work for that, and there you go. So that is the 140. What number did we say that was?
147.
147. I don't have that on our list.
Well, that's a whole nother problem.
That's
it's Julian Hunter.
Julian Hunter, okay.
Yep, in a 2001 BMW in the T3 class.
Okay, they might not have had time for qualifying and went straight into the race, so they didn't make it on our grid sheet there. But so far, the race stays green, just local yellows for this BMW that stopped. You can see that it is nice and clear going into turn number 3 there. Those Spec Racer Fords working their way through, coming up on a slower Miata.
Yep, and we do have a flat tow vehicle on the front stretch. Looks like they will be trying to do a live pool. I can't see that car anymore, Nick, on the camera. So I'm not sure if that car is still there or it made its way over. It looks like it may have made its way over to turn 1 on the far right, which is a much better place to be, as there's a lot of runoff area on that part of the course, so much safer for that car to be stopped in.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to see they were able to get that out of the way. Being there in the middle of this front stretch where there's, I mean, just solid walls on each side of you, never where you want to have a car break down.
And I will say I have been flat-toed out on a track several times in my racing career, Nick. It's never fun, but I can always count on the safety workers doing a phenomenal job, and all the corner workers and the volunteers ensuring that the drivers are kept safe, even when they're in dangerous situations.
Yeah, absolutely. The safety workers, the corner workers, all of them, that's the lifeblood of the organization. It really makes it tick. So as we were going through the bios, we saw, I don't know, a bunch of people saying thank you workers. So if you are a worker that is listening, whether you're at home or here at the track, there are a lot of drivers who wanted to thank you, and they will continue saying that, I'm sure. If you haven't seen the stickers on their cars, they added a lot of them here. So thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and here it does look like we have some. I did think that was a spec racer in the background working its way through traffic, but it just looked like a close battle there with some different classes. Spec Miata, production. And there we have some spec racer Fords working their way through that traffic. Nick, it's really important for both the car doing the lapping as well as the car being lapped. You know, that if you're someone who's being lapped by a spec racer Ford or another car faster, it's important to be predictable, right? But also, sometimes those cars can sneak up on you pretty quick.
They do. They sneak up so fast, and they sit so low that even in a Miata, they feel small. It's very tricky to see them coming up. They have incredible exit speed and great acceleration out of the corners, so they'll catch you when you least expect it. And they have really great brakes, too, so they will be able to go toe-to-toe with just about any car on the track right now. And you've really got to be ready. So it is important to be predictable, stay on your line. If they know where you're going to go, it's much easier for those spec racer Fords to make the pass. So that's all part of the game.
Yes, and it does look like, you know, we had a local black flag for Chris Clark in the 91 T3 car, but it doesn't seem to appear that he came in because he's still running 7th. I haven't seen another black flag wave for him, again, at least from where we're sitting.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how that shakes out. It definitely could be a case of a wrong car number being called, something like that, but we will just have to see how that works out. Going through some of the other classes here, if you're paying attention at home, one of the big ones, and I think everyone's looking at, is the 2-hour spec Miata field right now. The top 4 cars are still within 4 seconds of each other. So a really tight race there, even almost 30 minutes into the start of this race. Top 4 continuing. You've got Jose, Joey Olfe leading the charge, Christopher Jerem in 3rd, Michael Lorem in 3rd, Christopher Jerem in 2nd, and Rob Bailey in 4th. So those are your top 4, less than 4 seconds apart. If you're an ITS fan, the 2-hour ITS group not quite as close together. Cole and Chris Lucas leading the race there with a 40-second lead over Phil Adams in 2nd. Another big class to look out for is the SRF3 2-hour one that we've been talking about. Gian Buffamonti leading the way. And looks like just the top 2 are on the lead lap in that class. So I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe some early pit stops, things like that.
Yeah, it could be some early pit stops, some strategy. I'd be curious if they saw that BMW that was moving very slowly, if they thought maybe they could take advantage of a caution, but I don't see anybody on pit road. I see maybe one car at the very end, but I don't see any spec racer Fords on pit road currently.
All right, well, we'll have to try and figure out what happened there. Until then, though, we continue watching the racing as the sun on its way to set over turn 17 here at Sebring International Raceway. We've got a couple of big gaps on track right now. No one on start finish. Turn 17 looking a little lonely on the cameras. Must mean that there are some busy areas of traffic with this many cars on track still. Where do we see everyone? I'm seeing a lot of people in the green park on the back half there.
Yep. Oh, we have trouble coming out of the carousel. It looks like something broke off of the. That's actually my old race car.
That is your old race car.
Something looks like it fell off coming out of the carousel. Lost a wheel.
Lost a wheel. Well, that is very important for an endurance race. You want to keep those on for all 2 or 4 hours, in my experience. So we'll see how far they can limp it around. But yes, that is John's old car.
Yeah, it does look like they have stopped. Oh, no, the guy appears to try to keep going. I don't know if he knows he lost a wheel, Nick, but he is trying to get it rolling.
He is. It might not be the best case scenario for that. It might be better just to stop at this point and risk doing further damage, but
I'm trying to remember what the car number is now on that car, Nick.
I believe it is a 60 now, a 61 maybe.
I'm not sure. It was number 10 when I was at the helm.
It was number 10. That's correct.
I'm not seeing the live timing here. I believe it might be 72 or 61.
72?
No, 72.
No, not 72. That'd be Lee Hill. We'll get that number sorted out for you folks. But yeah, that car continues to limp down the straightaway from turn 6 to turn 7 at the hairpin. And I know people are keeping a close eye on it. John, do you see any cars coming down pit lane thinking that maybe this is an opportunity?
I'm not seeing
we're almost at the 30-minute mark. So.
I'm not seeing any cars on pit lane. But yeah, it would be about the time where maybe you could pit now and you can refuel. But maybe not all the drivers have passed by that incident yet. They may or may not know if they're on radio or not with the crew on the wall.
Yeah.
But I'd be curious to know where the tire actually landed.
It looks like it is still in the turn 3-4 area there before the bridge.
So we got word that the tire actually passed the car.
Oh,
so,
the tire is now past the car down the backstretch there.
I believe that's a law of physics. What stays in motion goes in. I don't know science very well, Nick.
An object in motion stays in motion, John.
You know, same.
Good thing you're pretty.
Yes, but we did get. We have a stand-up on this for the safety car, so we will have a full course caution.
All right.
Nick, a lot of drivers miss the opportunity to get in there before the double yellow.
I think it's at a very crucial point, John, where I don't know if you pit now. If you're a 2-hour car, can you make it on fuel for another hour and a half? That's a stretch for a lot of these cars, realistically. So it may be that some drivers just aren't prepared to take the risk. I would love to see a couple take the risk, but we can see what happens here in just a second. And as soon as this double yellow comes out, I do believe we are going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you guys, and we'll give you an update on everything that happened.
Street Rod or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll-free 800-882-7231.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure here at the wonderful Sebring International Raceway. We are currently under a full course caution in the combined 2-hour and 4-hour endurance race going into the night here. Nick, we had a little bit of action there as a tire loss, fell off of the 62 Miata and rolled a little bit further than he did, and he made it all the way to turn 7. But we got that car on the back of a wrecker now, and it appears we should eventually go green here soon. I did get word that the driver was okay, so that is a good sign. I don't know about the tire, though. I don't know about the wheel.
Not sure the wheel is in the best condition after that, but it seems like driver's going to be just fine, which is important. And they are getting towed back right now. So hopefully this will be one of our last laps there. What I did hear, though, during that caution, listening to the flagging radio, the number 72 of Lee Hill and the SCCA president, Mike Cobb, yes, passing under yellow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is spicy, Nick. So who's the whistleblower blowing on the president?
Right? I mean, you got to be... You got to be real sure about that call to be making that on the radio.
I would love to see it. I would love to be in that steward's room.
Who's going to be the one to break it to him? Yep, we saw you pass under yellow. Here you go. Here's your.
I think we should send our production guy a camera and a mic into that production room for when he gets out of the car, Nick.
That is a conversation I would love to listen to, but unfortunately we're here. We are checking this out. The trail of cars continues down. Pace car going. Route turn 7 right now. We still have a lot of cars on track, John. They are all the way back to the drive-over bridge down by turn number 6 there. And the pace car is almost turn number 10. So it is a nice big field spread out still. A lot of variety. I think the drivers did a great job of managing that first 30 minutes. Not pushing too hard and staying clean. What do you think?
Well, I don't know about not pushing too hard, considering somebody literally drove the wheels off of a car, Nick. But I also did hear some unfortunate news about the 162 car of Steve and Thomas Shelton. They lost a motor in their T4 Mazda MX-5. So not the start they would have wanted to this 4-hour race, Nick.
No, it's not, and that's unfortunate. We were walking through the paddock earlier today and saw that car, and it looked like it was in great shape, and we talked to them for a second. They were really excited for the race tonight, so very disappointing to see that 30 minutes was all they had available in that motor. It's going to be tough for the rest of the weekend, too, because I know they were excited for the sprint races that we have coming up tomorrow. John, you want to talk about some of the sprint races we have tomorrow?
Yeah, so we have live racing here from 8 a.m. Might be a little bit later than 8 a.m. We might have some hardship warm-up as my production crew is 8 a.m. start time. We have seven different groups ranging from Formula cars to Spec Miatas to Spec Racer Fords, production classes, and even the big bore classes. So there's a lot of excitement happening tomorrow. Nick, which is your favorite class to watch? And you can't say Spec Miata because I know you're a Spec Miata racer, so you got to pick a different group.
If I have to pick a different group outside of Spec Miata, I've got to stay with the Spec roots, but it's not going to be the one you expect. It is not Spec Racer Ford. I am excited to see Spec Corvette for the first time. I have not seen them race yet. Watched them in qualifying today. That is a cool class. I am really excited to see it. What about you?
I also am looking forward to watching Spec Corvette. It's a class that's growing. It's relatively new. And I think what's really cool, they police themselves. And they have a really good core group of people that race all together, and they're all friends, and they all hang out in the same paddock, and it's a good time. But we are about to go green. The pace car is heading into turn 17 now on the screen. And so we probably have 40 plus cars still on track, so a pretty sizable field. And now what's interesting, Nick, is you've had some people pit, right? So now you have a big shakeup of fast cars maybe in the middle of the pack. maybe at the back of the pack, right? So it could get a little dicey here. So people will have to, you know, have their eyes on the road.
Yeah, if you're one of those cars that pit and put yourself in that position to get a yellow flag pit stop, you've got to be real careful these next couple of laps. You may not be familiar with the cars that you're going to be passing. You may not have seen them yet. You don't know how they're going to respond. So as we come to this green flag, it's going to be very important that those cars that did pit take their time and work their way through the field.
Yep, and it does look like Gian Buffamante is going to lead us here, and we have a green flag. Gian Buffamante in the 17 car leading the field, and I saw Jose Olfe up there 4th overall in Spec Miata. It's pretty good with some much faster cars than a Spec Miata class, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. That is very impressive to be in that position. And but I do think he is a lap down. I don't think he is actually 4th overall. It's just the appearance of that. It was a little too good to be true for a Spec Miata.
Hey, you know, well, sometimes it is nice to lead the field in front of a lot of other faster cars in your Miata. It's quite the traffic jam going into turn 3 there.
Yeah, look at that shot. The track really goes from a wide runway to a 2-lane road.
Sometimes 3. If
yeah.
If you really want to be dicey.
Yeah, that is a tricky spot. It's very high-speed braking coming into turn number 3 there, and you've got to be ready for it. So when you see traffic like that, it is always a little bit scary as you approach from behind, and you've got to be ready for cars facing any direction.
Big lock up there going into the hairpin, and I did see that BMW that was slow-moving earlier. I saw him making a pass going into the hairpin as well, so it's good to see that car back up and running. I believe it was the 173.
Okay, good to hear that that car is back on track. Very exciting news. Whenever we can keep a car on track for long races like this, we're happy to do it. What a great shot, though, as the cars come through turn number 9. And, man, that's a good shot. Love the sun coming off that.
Yeah, and it does look like a turn, but that is full throttle here. It's basically a straightaway with some curves in it. So a pretty high-speed section there as we go into turn 10. In this shot. And turn 10 is honestly one of my favorite corners on the track. A nice brake zone, throw the car in, get back on the gas. It's an easy corner to mess up, and it ruins your momentum all through 13.
Yeah, that is a very tricky spot. In the dry, you can absolutely go full throttle through 11 and 12 there. So yeah, carrying speed through turn 10, very important. I do have to say, in the rain, 11 and 12, probably the most treacherous spot on the track. Even as it starts to dry up, it feels like it stays slippery for 10, 20 minutes after the rest of the track. So I'm happy for the drivers that don't have to experience that right now.
You know how much I love racing in the rain, Nick. I find myself to be a good driver in the dry, but in the rain, I would consider myself a backmarker, Nick. You quite the opposite, very slow in the dry.
I am exactly the opposite. I love the rain, which is why I talk about it.
Not a good sign here. 147 car, slow moving down the front straightaway again. I'm not sure what's going on. You can see there on the camera on the far left side of the front stretch. That's the second time we've seen that car go slow down the front straightaway. But at least he's in a better spot. Well, I don't know. It looks like he is not in a good spot as it appears to be completely stopped on the racetrack up against the wall. The start-finish line is waving double yellow.
Yeah, you can see it right there under the Big M Mobile One bridge on the front stretch.
The good news is about that spot is you have quite a long straightaway before that to see the car. To be able to avoid.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to get the flat pull out for it again.
We did have some metal-to-metal contact. I believe it was a 0-1. Got into 151, 156.
That's a BMW and a ITA Miata.
Ooh. So two different classes, Nick. We talked about multi-class racing at the start of this race.
We did, yeah.
You're not racing against every other car on track. you're only racing against really the cars in your class, but it can make it for interesting races. Different break points, right? You have different size cars, right? It can make it interesting, and it can make things like that happening. Some metal-to-metal contact.
Yeah, it can shake things up. It's really important to know who you are racing, because sometimes it's better just to let a car go if you're not racing against them. And
I will say, Nick, I usually don't have that attitude. I pretty much want to be ahead of everything.
well, sometimes that's not the best attitude. But you know what? As long as you don't touch anybody, typically it seems to work out. But yeah, multi-class racing is always a little bit tricky. And if this is your first time tuning into an SCCA event, maybe you don't know what multi-class racing is. And before I continue that thought, it looks like the car is cleared from the front stretch. So we are going to be continuing green for the moment.
Well, that's good news that the car was able to get out safely and no need for another caution. Does look like maybe on the end of the pit road there on your screen, there's a cut into the paddock right there at pit out. So it's unfortunate for that driver because he's broken down twice in the same race.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But what I was saying about multi-class racing, if this is your first time tuning into an SCCA event, there are multiple races going on at once. And with this race being a split 2-hour and 4-hour, it doubles the amount of races that are really going on. As you can see on our ticker on the screen there, if you see a class with a 2 in front of it, that is a class that is only a 2-hour race. At 2 hours, they will get their own checkered flag, come off the track, and the cars with a 4 in front will continue on. So it's really important to know who you're racing, who it could be. And yeah, we've got a mix of spec classes like Spec Racer Ford, Spec Miata. We've got improved touring classes, which are a regional class that allow for pretty much any older sports car to get modifications done to it. And of course, the what else do we have? Do we have any super touring in here? We sure do. Some super touring lights, which are a little bit beefed up from your IT cars. And do we have any touring class cars? We do. The T4 of Steve and Tom Shelton that broke down.
Yeah.
And that is basically a more factory build on the vehicle.
Funny story about that car, Nick. I drove that in that car in this very race last year, and I finished it in a night stint, and we won. However, I did not finish the race. I broke the transmission on the very last lap of the 4-hour race, but we did still win the race, Nick. And the beverages at the victory lane were just as cold either way. But I did get flat-toed in, right to victory lane.
Well, that's the best flat tow you can ever ask for. Pretty much the only one that you want is a tow from the track to victory lane. Anywhere else is usually a bad sign. But let's see how things are shaking out at the top here. Looks like Gion's still leading. Already pulled out a 4-second lead over the 79 of Connor Grant. So the Spec Racer Ford class is, I don't want to call it too early because anything can happen with over an hour to go. But Gian has been putting on a clinic out there, running very well.
Yep.
Now, if you look at third place overall, that car is a 4 SRF3, so that's a 4-hour car.
So he's technically winning.
He is winning his class right now, even though he's in third place. So like we talked about with the multi-class racing, that is a great example of it. Third overall on the scoreboard right now.
And it did appear, Nick, that we had a slow-moving Spec Racer Ford also pull off to the right side of pit road. I wasn't able to get the number, but it was red and black. Spec Racer Ford. I do not believe it's Gian Buffamante. That would be very unfortunate leaving the race.
That would be. I would hate to see that be the reason.
But you know who would love to see that would be Connor Grant in second place.
Connor Grant has to be hoping for something right now as we watch two Spec Racer Fords very close into the braking zone from the tower here. You're not going to see that on screen, unfortunately, but they're staying tight.
It is a beautiful shot there, turn 10 on the screen.
Yeah.
And it'll be even more special once that sun starts to set. It's going to be very beautiful here at Sebring International Raceway. It does get a little bit tricky to see as you come out of 16 and you're looking right into the sun. Going into 17, which is honestly one of the trickiest corners on the track, and you're kind of going into it blind.
Luckily, turn 17 gives you a lot of runoff, so if you do make a mistake, there's plenty of room for error, right, John?
There's also...
Or am I thinking of the wrong corner?
You know, there's that wall comes quick. I have been fortunate enough not to find that wall, but Nick, I'm not so sure that you have that same result. You might have.
I have never found the turn 17 wall. The turn 1 wall, we're good friends. Turn 17 have not made the acquaintance.
There's turn 17 right there.
As you see.
A nice shot coming out, and there's a big bump right. You can see it here. The big bump right underneath the bridge. It makes it interesting. The wheel gets light in your hand. And when it's your first time racing at Sebring International Raceway, you gain respect for those bumps. But as a seasoned Sebring racer, I enjoy them.
Yeah, the bumps really are something special. You get used to them the more you drive here. The first couple of times it's a little unnerving, but you know, now I can't. I mean, if they were to repave this track, I don't know if it'd have the same character. The bumps add so much to the strategy of the race, the car setup, the way you have to, you know, prepare yourself mentally, be tossed around for a stint. It really would change things if we ever had this place repaved. So I'm happy for the bumps. I vote for it. Vote to keep them as long as we can.
Yeah, and you are having a good race. In Spec Miata, looks like Joey Olfe racing very close with a counterpart. I didn't get the number when they first drove by. Carmichael Giannis. Oh, that's an ITS car. That was an ITS Miata. So not in the same class, it appears. But then right behind them, as you see in the shop there, Mike Cobb and another Spec Racer Ford. So even after almost an hour of racing, we still have some wheel-to-wheel action for position.
Yeah, it's great to see that the competition continues. It's what these endurance races are all about, is being able to push yourself and stay on your best lap times for 2-4 hours at a time. As you see, the 72 getting squirrely under braking there.
With the 66
with the
car.
66 right behind it.
It did look like maybe he dropped a wheel, Mike Cobb, that is, in that brake zone. It appeared to be, or locked them up. But I did see a puff of either smoke or dirt in the left rear.
Yeah, that is this is a great little battle right here between the two, and it looks like the 66 is going to sneak by. That was a great move into 10. I wonder if they have to wait and see for the next camera shot.
It doesn't.
But there, a great move. He just put his nose in. It looked like 72 gave him plenty of space, which you love to see.
It doesn't appear like they're fighting for position, really, because number 66, Adam Fetterman, is down in the 44th spot, about 8 laps down.
Oh.
But, you know, he's trying to fight his way back up through. You know, it is a long race.
It is.
2 or 4 hours, depending on when you're in. So crazy things have happened.
Am I right in reading this that the no, that's the 66. That's a different Fetterman.
Yes. 66 right here.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Adam Fetterman.
Okay, part of the 2-hour SRF group.
Yeah, so he only has about 1 hour and 8 minutes to make up 8 laps. Nick, do you think he can do it?
I would bet no. Unfortunately, that is a large gap. So I wonder what happened. Maybe there was a spin, or maybe that's one of the cars that pitted early when we thought we were going to have that first caution. So, yeah, we'll see if there's any strategy that could help him get it back. If we stay green and these other guys do have to pit, it could be something that plays to his advantage. I don't know if you can get 8 laps back on a pit stop, though. I mean, you're only talking about a 5-minute stop, even under green conditions. 2 laps, maybe?
Yeah.
And a Spec Racer Ford?
Yeah, there'd be quite the uphill battle to make that ground up, unfortunately. But still getting the laps in. And we have quite a gaggle of cars that just went through 17 on your screen. But all getting through there squeaky clean.
They sure are.
So it does appear to be, as you can see now, a big group of cars probably 15 cars or so within a straightaway of each other. It's always kind of fun to be in those groups of cars when you're in an endurance race, because sometimes it can get a little lonely out there if you find yourself in no man's land.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come up at the end of our first hour, John, I think we're going to run through the current standings here.
Yeah.
So in 44th, we have the 66 of Adam Fetterman, Spec Racer Ford 3. The 147 of Julian Hunter in T3.
That 147 car is the one that broke down a couple times.
That
so
sure
I don't know if
is.
we're going to keep seeing it.
It looks like he is not on track anymore. The number 88 of Chris Marsh in ITS, 42nd. Number 2, Christopher Jerem in Spec Miata. 143 of Tad Bowling in ITB. The number 16, another Chris Marsh in ITS in 40th. In 39th, Evan Fetterman in the number 99 Spec Racer Ford. 38th, Sergio Sengenis in T3. I know someone was asking about T3 and T4 cars. There is a T3 out there in 38th. John McGowan, the 111 ITA car in 37th. 36th, James Kohler in Spec Miata. 35th, the 119 of John Letary in ITS. 34th, George Ortiz, the 139 STU car. 33rd, 27 of Steven Nelson, Spec Racer Ford 3. 32nd, 117 of Luann Capson, running in Spec Miata Southeast. That would be the 1.6 liter Miatas, the early 90 to 93 cars. In 31st, the 115 of Alfonso Diaz in ITS. 30th, number 77 of Rob Hammer in SM Toyo. Tire distinction there. 29th, the number 100 of Bill Blair in ITR. 28th, Clinton and Kent Hoffman in the SMT entry, the 164. 27th, David Brown in the 87 Spec Miata. 26th, Don Vicini in the ITEZ car. 25th, 133 of Drew Danford in Spec Miata. 24th, number 49 of Fabian and Jose Besosa in STL. 23rd, the 179 of Brad Kitchen in Spec Miata. 21st, the 44 of Richard Unger in ITS. 20th, the 75 Carmichael Giannis ITS. 19th, the number 19 of Joey Olfe in Spec Miata. 18th, the number 5 Rodden Unessi in ITR. 17th, the number 7 of Maury and Andrew Doyle in ITO. 16th, the 01 of George Ortiz and George Ortiz Jr. in ITA. And 15th, the number 31, Brian and Frank Iora in Spec Miata. 14th, the 149 of Cole and Chris Lucas, ITS. 13th, the number 3 of Michael Lauren, Spec Miata. 12th, the number 71 of Rob Bailey, Spec Miata. 11th, Joe and Gianni Mayoro, ITEZ. And into your top 10, the number 15 of Jeff Buck, SRF 3. 9th place, the 127 of Robert Rosa Jr. and Sr., T3. 8th place, the number 72 of Lee Hill in Spec Racer Ford 3. 7th, the 91 of Chris Clark in T3. 6th, the 63 of John Dunchis, Spec Racer Ford 3. 5th, Craig Wheatley, Spec Racer Ford 3. Number 67 in 4th, that's William Shields. In 3rd place, currently leading the 4-hour Spec Racer Ford 3 field, Raymond Mosier. In 2nd, Connor Grant in the number 79 Spec Racer Ford, and still your leader, Ian Buffonte. Holy cow, that was a lot of names there. Ran through all of them.
Well, Nick, we are an hour into this race. We've had some action, and we're actually going to take a short break here. About every 30 minutes or so, we'll take a short commercial break, and hopefully when we come back, we might have a special guest appearance of Noah Harmon, who is the recent 2024 Mazda Motorsports Shootout winner. So it'll be cool to have him on and get to pick his brain. as we come back. So stay tuned, everyone. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back here at Sebring.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. We are 1 hour and 5 minutes into this 2 and 4 hour option enduro race. We are live here. I am Nick Soriano with John Davison here in the booth with you guys. As we see cars starting to pit, John, you can see those red bars on the ticker there. That is cars that have entered the pit lane. So you can see pit stops are starting to happen. And this is where things really going to get shaken up. What do you think, John? Do we think we see a lead change? Do you think that this could be the difference for Connor Grant and that team to overtake in Spec Racer Ford?
Well, so I do think that it definitely makes it interesting because some cars may have 2 drivers, some may only have 1 driver, right? So, and then in the 4-hour group, there may even be 3 drivers that are cycling through. So, which driver's faster, Nick? That can create quite a change in dynamics. I don't believe that Buffalmante has a co-driver. He does not. So I don't know, unless something were to happen, with a different competitor, a faster driver getting in. I don't really see anybody getting close to Buffalmante.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Looking at the list here, Connor Grant in the 79, also driving by himself, so we don't expect to see a driver change. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see those two stay that way until the end. Take a look now at the Spec Miata standings. I'm going to pull up those for us. See if there have been any shakeups yet. And it does not. It does appear that there's a change. Right now it shows Rob Bailey.
Oh, wow.
Leading in the number 71. Michael Oren in the number 3 right behind them. And Brian and Frank Iora in 3rd. So, good possibility that some of the earlier leaders that we saw, like Joey Elfay and Christopher Giram, have taken a pit stop. No, Christopher Giram is down probably 10 laps, so I don't think that would be a pit stop. But Joey Elfay only down 2 laps. So, possible he just took his pit stop, the number 19 car there, and I'm not sure he's got a co-driver.
I don't believe he does, no. And speaking of Spec Miata drivers, our guest, is fashionably late. Noah Harmon will be joining us here momentarily, the 2024 Mazda Shootout winner. It'll be cool to get his perspective on how the grassroots motorsports SCCA really, have helped launch him into a pro ride with Mazda. I think that's something that Mazda and SCCA have a great partnership on and promoting a lot of young talent that comes through the Sports Car Club of America. And we've had more than one CFR region driver win that. If you remember, Celine Royan was also a 2024 Mazda Shootout winner. Preston Pardis did make it to the finals at one point and unfortunately lost out to Celine Royan. But we could have had 3 DFR members.
We could have. And I think you hit the nail on the head with that. The SCCA and Mazda have really done such a great job of creating a place to develop that young talent that it's really neat to see. And I'm glad that, our home region, CFR, is taking advantage of that. And I think events like the Turkey Trot and the Super Tour here in January really showcase how strong the Spec Miata talent is at those events. I mean, 70+ cars in the field. It's something special to watch. So,
yeah, and also showcases the talent we have in the Central Florida region and just how deep the talent can be in these fields. I did just see Chris Clark in the MX-5 Cup car pushing Brad Kitchen in a Spec Miata down the front stretch. That might get a little interesting for turn 1, Nick. If you're going in there maybe 10, 15 miles an hour faster than you're used to going.
That definitely is something that you'd want to account for if you're
here we see it right
pushy there.
Yeah, Chris Clark in the red MX-5 Cup car did get around him, but I will say that Brad Kitchen is a customer of Chris Clark, so maybe Chris was trying to give his customer a little bit more speed.
Could have, yeah. It might have taken a little cut out of that and made sure that they have the right opportunity for that to happen. You don't just want to roll up on someone in a different class and start pushing them. So maybe that was pre-planned.
And I will say maybe some job security for Chris if he pushes Brad a little bit too fast into turn one. Brad Kitchen has been known to lose the racing surface at times.
Yeah, Brad has had his moments, but we all have. You know, the body man is one of the only people at the track who is consistently making money, and it's good to see those teammates working together, though, whether they're in the same class or not.
Exactly, and it does. We can start to see there on the screen the sun starting to set on the beautiful Sebring International Raceway. This is always a great weekend to be here in Florida at the Central Florida Region Cabin Fever Cure. The weather is 80-ish degrees right now, Nick. Would probably be dropping down into maybe the high 60s. Low 60s late tonight. But we also have clear skies, so no rain in the forecast for the whole weekend, which gives us perfect weather for a lot of nice, clean racing action.
Yeah, it is a perfect weekend for it. Definitely an example of some tourism weather. People show up this time of year. They come from up north, and they say, I got to get out of the snow. I was just in Colorado last weekend, and I've got to say I am happy to be here. It's about 50 degrees warmer with no snow, so my Floridian blood is right at home here compared to where I was last weekend.
Yes, as a Florida boy myself, I do love the warm weather here. And, you know, they call it the cabin fever cure for a reason. You know?
Absolutely, yeah. This will snap you out of a funk. It's great to be back with your friends, your racing family, and come out to these events. And when you get a weekend like this, no clouds to be seen, beautiful blue skies, and a golden sunset dropping on us right now, it is all you can ask for when it comes to a race weekend.
Yeah, and you know, it really is a great time to to make the trip down to Florida and race in the SCCA. You have the option, a regional here, the Turkey Trot, Thanksgiving weekend. Keep your car down here for the Homestead Majors, as well as the Sebring Super Tour in January. And why not just keep the car down here another month, you know, and race in the Cabin Fever Cure. So if you're from up north, we have some drivers from Canada. You know, I know Flat Out Motorsports up in the Massachusetts area comes down every year for that group of races. It's a nice time. It's a nice place to be.
It sure is, and I'm just taking a peek outside because I believe Connor Grant is in the pits right now. I did see a change at the lead. Chris Clark in that T3 car. Mazda MX-5 Cup is our new leader. He has not had a pit stop yet, but he is out in front by about 10 seconds. So, for the first time this race, we do not have a spec racer Ford leading. We'll see how that shake out, though, once pit stops cycle their way through.
I did talk to Chris Clark before the race, and he was basically using this as a test session. Most likely will not finish all 4 hours, but taking advantage of really great track time that the Central Florida Region SCCA provides here on this weekend. I mean, 4 hours of essentially open track. The test to get some seat time, you know, even if you're not looking to finish the race, you know, you can add this on to the regional races you're already here for, and you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, adding enduros on to your regular race weekend, like you said, adds that bang to the buck that I think a lot of racers love, which is why these enduros are so popular. And it is very important when you have the opportunity to do an enduro as a driver. Sign up for these, you know. Show up, push yourselves a little bit harder. You know, the 25, 30-minute races can be exciting, but there's something special about an endurance race.
Oh, and it does look, speak of the devil, Chris Clark in the 91 car is on pit road now. It looks to maybe be heading in towards the paddock. Maybe he got his full session in. So I imagine the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 cars will resume the lead.
Yes, that would appear to be the case. It looks like if things stay the same according to the last lap, Craig Wheatley and the number 32 is going to be the Spec Racer Ford that picks up the lead next time they cross that start-finish line.
Oh,
We'll keep an eye out for him.
How about this, Nick? Coming out of pit road right now, we have the 62 car, my old car. If we remember earlier in the session, which brought out, you can see the damage on the right front there, it brought out our full course caution when the wheel came off the car.
Yeah, good to see that car going back out. We know that car has been through bigger hits than what it experienced
Never.
here.
That car is perfectly clean.
And I don't think there was any doubt we were going to see it again this weekend. If we saw it again this race, probably a little questionable, but happy to see it back out there under its own power.
It is nice to see the shine of the sunset on the cars. It's just a beautiful evening here to be at the racetrack. And again, it looks like, a lot of cars have separated out on the track. There's no real big group of cars at the moment together. But we do have some Spec Racer Fords going through, some lap traffic. As you see there, our wonderful corner workers here at the SCCA giving some direction to the slower cars.
All right, let's see. These were the two that we just saw. That's the 79 and the 15. Well, the 79 was Connor Grant. He's fallen down to 6th after that pit stop, and the 15 is now 2nd place behind Chris Clark, who has still not been surpassed by total laps completed. So, though that car has pulled into the pits and into the paddock, the 91 MX-5 Cup car still maintains the lead here at Sebring International Raceway.
And yeah, Nick, we have 42 minutes remaining in this first 2-hour stint, and we do have we have car 143 exiting turn 7, I believe, was on the radio call.
That is Tad Bowling
Slow
in the ITB Toyota Corolla.
Slow moving, appears to be rolling, but just way off pace. A white 143 is the car.
All right.
Oh, yep. Oh, wow. Look at the screen there. You can see there
Oh,
on the
yeah.
screen.
Yeah, there is that Corolla, the 143.
So a little bit of delay there in the video versus when we got the call on the radio. But does look like possibly an engine may have. No, that's a Miata, Nick. That's not a Corolla.
That is a Miata.
So we might have another car that has gone off.
Yeah, which one could that be?
And we do hope that maybe there's not a lot of oil on the track. He was able to get off the track quickly enough to not dump a bunch of oil, which could impair the driving of some of the others out there.
Yeah, we don't want to see any of that oil down on track. That'll slick the track up pretty good and definitely slow us down. And we don't want to see that. We'd prefer not to have another full course caution.
We are trying to get the number on that car.
Yeah, I have not been able to see it.
77 white. Driver is out of the car, getting over the wall, but it does appear like that car will need to get a flat toe.
Yeah, that is Rob Hammer, 1994 Spec Miata. So sounds like he was able to make it up out of the car over the fence, but I think I still see some smoke coming from those trees right over there on the green park. So that could bring out a caution.
Well, I sure hope that that does not progress into anything worse.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad in the camera shots here. It looks worse out the window. So things might be okay. Might be staying green, and I hope we do stay green.
We did talk about your day vision earlier. I don't see any smoke over there anymore, Nick, so I think we might be all right.
You might be right. That might be a building I'm seeing behind the trees. There are a few of them out my window here, so it's possible that's what I was seeing.
Yeah, this track is quite large. I believe it's 3.75 miles long.
It's quite
So-
big, so I wouldn't want to run that far.
No, I would not either.
Yes, you would. Don't lie. Yeah, that's a. It is a pretty cool track, and it sounds like things are just going on as usual. We do have some leader changes. Jeff Burke in the number 15 Spec Racer Ford has officially taken the lead. However, I do not have a pit stop for him on my list yet. So things could still be shaking up.
I don't know, but how about this camera angle? We get to see some of the pit action going on live right in front of us. So quite a nice camera there from DriversEye Live as we look at the 44. I believe that is Unger. And so it's interesting, you know, when you do refuel, you have to get the driver out of the car, you know, for safety purposes, and you have to have someone holding a fire bottle. So that way the refueling process is as safe as we can make it. Everyone in fire suits, prepped and ready to go in case there is a fire. And Nick, you have been on fire on pit road in the past, and I'm sure you know how sketchy that can be.
Yeah, it's not great. We did have a fire in one of our cars here during a test day, and as we came through turn 17, we saw the flames. We were able to get it into pit lane. Fire extinguisher pulled out of the car safely, and everything worked out. Very fortunate.
I'm glad to have you here with us.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it was a little spooky, but the safety equipment that SCCA requires is so good these days, and they do a great job of making sure that your equipment's up to date, it's functioning well. Safety is #1 concern out here always, and we were lucky that an incident like that worked out just fine.
And it was nice to see, Nick, in that situation, how quickly the volunteer workers on pit road were able to get to you quickly, you know, and put that fire out.
Yeah, the volunteers very quick. They came from quite a distance away to get to me. However, the other participants that were standing there watching recording on their cell phones, somehow took significantly longer time than the volunteers that ran to come and help.
Yeah, well, you know, it would make for a good TikTok. I believe that's what the kids are using these days.
Yeah, I guess getting the good TikTok is probably more important than saving our race cars. So, you know, good on them.
A nice shot there of a spec racer going inside the Mustang in turn 16, now coming down into turn 17. The blue flag waving there for those unfamiliar, signaling the slower car that faster cars are approaching behind. And a nice shot there. You can start to see the sun setting, and it is blinding going down into turn 17 is what we're looking at now at the fastest part of the racetrack as well. So you really have to be focused, Nick, and make sure you get your turn and your braking points right, even though the visibility is tough.
Yeah, this is when you want to start taking those mental images of where your braking zones are, where your turning points are, like we talked about earlier, because as the sun sets, you're really going to lose a lot of those visual cues, and anything you can take with you into the night is important. So hopefully drivers are taking those notes, and if they're going to be switching out at the 2-hour mark, maybe you're a 4-hour driver, that's when it gets really tough, when you get in the car and it's already dark. So I'm sure we'll see a couple of those drivers that will make the switch, show up just for the night driving, and hopefully be on their A game right away, because these guys that have been driving for 2 hours, it's been pretty clean. We have not seen too much contact.
We did get one call in for some bumper-to-bumper contact.
That was about it, but no heavy incidents, knock on wood, and we will hopefully continue that way. That's the whole point of club racing, is to put the car on the trailer the same way you took it off.
I will say the last year, we talked about this earlier when I ran this race, I didn't get in the car for the first time until the sun had already set. So I'm in a brand new car I've never driven before, an MX-5, spec MX-5 car at night, and I've never driven in it. It made it for quite the fun experience, Nick.
That's right. Yeah, you didn't get to qualify. You jumped straight in, and no, you did great. You were doing very well. So we see an emergency vehicle through turns 14 there at Bishop's Bend.
I'm not sure. We're waiting on a call to see exactly what that is, but no sign of a double yellow or anything. We have the start-finish line flaggers right in front of our window here in the booth, and it doesn't seem like they have any sense of urgency to pull out a double yellow, so hopefully nothing too big of a concern there.
Yeah, hopefully. It looks like maybe they were waiting on traffic to get across the track. Good to see them waiting. I know some tracks were a little impatient, and there have been incidents before between safety trucks and the race cars. So great to see the Sebring race crew taking every precaution to keep the drivers out here safe.
I will say the Sebring safety team and Central Florida Region workers here are top-notch professionals in safety and efficiency.
It sure is. Let's see. Looking at our YouTube viewers here. Good to see you guys out there.
Yeah,
I see some Fabian Basosa fans. If you're cheering for anyone out there and you want to put them in the chat, we'll give them a shout out. So go ahead and put your favorite drivers in. And let's see what fan clubs are in attendance right now for the last 30 minutes of this 2-hour enduro.
I love this track at Sunset, Nick. I kind of wish I was out there. But I'm happy to be here in the booth with you, Nick, and providing the action to everyone watching from home.
Well, good. I'm glad to be here. It is certainly a spectacular track, steeped in history. And if you did not know, this track has been running since 1950.
Whoa, John. Yeah, that's a lot older than I am.
5 years. It wasn't until 1953 that we had our first 12-hour, maybe 1951. Tough to see. But, yeah, 1950 was when they had their first endurance race here, a 6-hour race on New Year's Eve.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
and here we are doing an endurance race today.
That's right. We are still carrying on the age-old tradition of endurance racing here in Central Florida.
And so, yeah, with 30 minutes left, Nick, we're going to have essentially a green flag that the race is still going, while also a checker flag for those that are finishing the 2-hour.
That's right, yes. Cars will get a signal that the 2-hour race has finished. And it sounds like our SCCA volunteer crew is going to be able to corral them as they come in and get them straight over to the podium. So if you are a crew member of one of those teams listening to this, there's a good possibility that the cars go straight off the track to the podium. Make sure to have water for your drivers there, any comfort equipment that you need.
Maybe some adult beverages as well. It's always nice, to have that in victory.
It is.
Or in defeat, second to third place.
It is. When you're here at the track, anytime you can crack open a cold one is very worthwhile.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we don't have any cars on pit road, it seems, Nick. I'm guessing most of the drivers got their pit out of the way. Oh, well, there's one on our screen. So they elected to go about an hour and a half into the session. I can't quite see the number. It looks like 40.
I believe that's the 40 of Stuart Lovedale. That is in the 2-hour Spec Miata category. So we will see how they fare with that pit stop. I do believe, looking at the timing right now, in third place we have Connor Grant, that's 79. Second, the number 17 of Gian Buffamonte. But in first, the number 15 of Jeff Burke. I do not think Jeff has pitted yet.
Well, I don't know. It does seem to be like they are on the same lap.
Yeah, I think Jeff Burke was a car that was already a couple laps down. And I think he's going to have to pit before the end of this thing. And I think it's going to put the lead back to Gian. But as for the moment, the number 15 of Jeff Burke leads as we are an hour and 30 minutes into the first 2-hour race of the Cabin Fever Cure here. It does sound like we have an incident. Sebring rescue teams are making their way out somewhere. We'll try and get you an update on that as soon as possible.
I do see lights on over there in turn 13. Oh, turn 3.
Turn
My
3.
apologies. Turn 3. It looks like there's. Looks like they're looking for debris, Nick. Oh, look here on the camera. You have the 99 car, Spec Racer Ford, climbing out of the car, climbing back into the car, and is protected there by our Sebring safety team.
Yeah. That is Evan Fetterman in that number 99. Unfortunate, but we heard safety teams say that they did not see any debris coming out of turn 1. So if there was contact, it seems like the car is probably in good shape. Hopefully we'll be able to see them tomorrow for the sprint races. But yeah, green flag continues. It does not appear that they're going to be stopping. We love to see the green flag racing. Of course, if you are unfamiliar with the flagging system here, a yellow flag is what we call a local caution, a single flag. Just means from that flag to the next flag station, there is an incident. You have to slow down and be ready. No passing. They recommend, depending on whether it's a standing or a waving flag, 50 or 75% of race pace. The waving being a more urgent issue. Typically, if it's waving, the car will be on the pavement. If it's standing, it will be off the pavement. But that's a way that the corner workers can talk to the drivers.
Oh, wow, Nick, if we look at pit road right here, car number 7,
wow,
the Mustang, a sedan, the tire looks to be exploded.
It sure does.
And we're about to see it on the camera here.
On the camera, yeah, that front passenger side tire completely blown. Looks like it took off the fender as well. What a good spot. You can see the debris on that tire right there flopping around, and I think they're going to take it. Oh, no, looks like they're going to go to the stall. I thought they were going to take it straight back to the pits.
He's got a race to win, Nick.
He does have a race to win. The number 7. ITO. Well, we'll have a great shot of them making the change. Is that a 4-hour car?
Maury and Andrew Doyle, 2-hour.
2-hour car. All right.
So they have 27 minutes to get that tire switched. I don't know if they're the only car in their class, Nick. It does appear. So I believe they have to make it at least half of the distance in order to accept victory, which they have.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We've got a great view of them here on this camera. See if they're going to change the wheel out or if just call it, take their victory while they can.
There doesn't seem to be a big sense of urgency there, Nick. I still see it on all fours, has not been jacked up just yet. But it looks like they are appearing to possibly jack it up.
Yeah, I do think I see a jack there. So maybe they just didn't have a spare tire available. They're running back to the trailer to get it. That's very possible.
Oh, we have a safety car. We have a double yellow. It appears we have a double yellow on track here with just 26 minutes. There's the pace car right there. Pace cars are supplied by Mazda Motorsports and Classic Mazda of Orlando. And I will say that CX-90 is a beauty. My mom owns one as well, and I got to drive it the other day. It's got some kick to it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good car.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. Might have to take a look.
It might. I would be interested to see what time that safety car provided by Classic Mazda of Orlando can pull around this track.
It would be interesting to see. We just heard over the radio that the safety car will be waving cars by up to the 1-7. The 1-7, Gian Buffamante, now your leader again. So there you go. It will be interesting to see. The number 15 of Jeff Burke, I think, was a couple of laps down, but because of this timing, it looks like Jeff got in right before the yellows came out, and maybe able to salvage something there.
Nick, I do see what looks like EMS services with their lights flashing. I know that they typically have their lights flashing during every full course caution. Going into turn 10, it appears. I'm not sure if it's another car over there. It's kind of hard to see.
I do see that as well. We will continue listening to our officials radio to see if there is
okay,
any
no, so
updates.
they are off the track there, it appears.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure there was nothing going on the far side of the track. It does appear that there are still cars in turn 3, the safety vehicles in turn 3, I believe, where that spec racer was stopped. The 99 of Evan Fetterman.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they found that tire from the 7 car.
Oh, and they moved the car. I'm not sure where we have an issue. I'm trying to learn from race control here. We'll get an answer for you shortly.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out for you guys. I'm assuming we're going to go back green before the end of the 2 hours. So I believe there will still be a little bit of racing to do. And it looks like the 17 and the 79, who have been leading in the 2-hour Spec Racer Ford 3 category, are going to have a shootout. How long it's going to be, I don't know. But we will make sure we track that. I'm very excited to see that one. Let's see how some other classes are doing. The ITS class, the 4-hour ITS class, may also have a change of heart. The last lap, they were 1 minute and 58 between first and second.
All right, so there on our screen, it looks like we have some, that's 14 there, but it looks like on the right side of the track, safety vehicle on the screen there, possibly collecting debris, is what it sounds like on the race control. I don't see their lights on, though. But here we can see that pace car provided by Classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsports. Lead our field nice and slow through that section.
Yeah, they are moving along. Another race we were watching, the 2-hour Spec Miata. Michael Lauren in the number 3 Spec Miata has now taken the lead there over Rob Bailey, the number 71. Brad Kitchen,
Podium.
179 on the podium right now.
Has Brad Kitchen pitted, though? That is the question.
I believe he did. He's got a 9-minute, he's got a 10-minute lap on the card. So whether he did or not, I think he's going to get away with one either way. Wow. The question is, if he didn't pit, can he make it 2 hours on gas with only 2 cautions like this?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah, well, I'd be very happy for Brad Kitchen to get a podium in a Spec Miata. I know he would be excited about that result. Oh, here, we can see here on the screen, waving yellow in turn 17. I'm interested to see what the other angle from 17 is. You can see a body panel.
Yeah, they've really picked something up there.
But they are waving rather vigorously, probably because there are workers on course, Nick.
Yeah, whenever you have boots on the ground like that, you want to make sure they're as protected as possible. It's risky to be out there on a live racetrack, and anything can happen. So important when you have boots on the ground that those corner workers can relay that to the drivers, let them know. So good to see a vigorous waving yellow flag there.
Yeah, and it does appear that they are cleaning up that debris. And that is, you know, that corner there, that's the fastest part of the racetrack right there, Nick. So if they have body parts from cars laying around, I just want to be clear, body parts of cars, you know, laying right there at the turn-in point, that really could be dangerous. So I'm glad that they're out there cleaning up the racetrack to ensure a safe racing surface for our drivers.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Well, while we are here,
I did get some word that there's tire carcass
out there.
from that Mustang that we saw on pit road earlier. So that's some of the debris that is on the track.
I gotcha.
So it looks like we might have one more lap under double yellow as the safety vehicle paces our field. And that Mustang with the blown tire appears to be back out there. And what a nice shot here, Nick.
It is. Before we go to a quick break, I do want to run through. I see some people in the chat have put their favorite drivers in. Let's give them some shout outs. I see the number 133, Drew Dandrin in Spec Miata. We've got James Kohler, fans from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Thanks for tuning in. Number 117 of Luann Capson in Spec Miata Southeast. Good to see fans there. The 115, that's going to be Alfonso Diaz in ITS. And the number 49 of Fabian Basosa. So thank you guys for tuning in. We are going to take a quick break and be right back before hopefully this caution ends, and we'll keep you going. So stay tuned.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.
Back to the Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. We're about to go back to green flag racing. We have 16 minutes left of the 2-hour section, and we're joined by a very special guest, Noah Harmon, who has just recently been selected as the Mazda Motorsports 2025, I guess you could say, shootout winner. So welcome, Noah. Happy to have you on. How's it going?
It's good. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, so we have this 2-hour and 4-hour endurance race. Wondering why you're not out there and why you're joining us in the booth, Noah.
I think it's way more fun to spend the time with you guys up here in the booth.
That's
a good answer.
Yep.
Now you are racing this weekend in the sprint races. What can you tell? What should we expect from Noah Harmon this weekend?
I think overall, car's been super good. Yesterday we spent breaking in the new motor from X Factor Racing. So I think we can go for the win tomorrow.
All right. Well, we are about to go green, and then we're going to catch back up with you and pick your brain a little bit, Noah. But we are about to go green here again. 15-minute shootout. Noah, 15 minutes of a 2-hour race. All right, 15 minutes left to go green. It's all hats off now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's all to play for. I mean, on the first lap, the Spec Racer 4s were 4 wide into 1. Who knows what they're going to do for the win?
Right here, we are back to green. everyone seems to be behaving so far down the front straightaway. Nobody real too close. As the cars head into turn one, a beautiful view of that golden sunset. Here with the golden boy of Mazda Motorsports now. So Noah, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, now you're in pro racing, also still at the grassroots level here with us this weekend. What can you tell us about the grassroots level, being an SCCA? How did that help you prepare to be where you're at now as a pro driver?
Yeah, the SCCA has been huge. I mean, Mazda and the SCCA do quite a lot together, and it's just been, sorry, just not watching the screen there. It's been huge. I mean, without the SCCA and these regional weekends and the super tours, I wouldn't be where I am today through the Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 programs.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you have a great story of starting in this level and working and using the talent that's here to really build yourself up and gain a lot of skills and learn how to really race.
Yeah.
And how that's transitioning into the Global MX-5 Cup. You have a couple races under your belt up in the next step of Global MX-5 Cup. How's that going for you?
Yeah, MX-5 Cup, it's an absolute blast. I mean, all this, the Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata prepare you well. It's another level of just intensity with the MX-5 Cup guys. Daytona I think it was pretty good for us considering the circumstances. We had an incident in qualifying which took us out, so I had to start at the back both days, but was able to come through for some top 10. So really good points weekend. Came out of there a lot better than some other people, so really happy with it.
Nice. Well, we're happy to see just the talent here in the Central Florida Region SCCA. And unfortunately, I have to race against you all the time, which makes it more difficult for me to win. But I do remember the time of teaching you a few things of how to race Daytona. But it seems you've outshined the master, which you're not supposed to do, by the way.
Oh, I mean, I still remember that Daytona race when I messed it up and could have won, but you taught me a lesson there.
We could have won together, but instead, I believe you finished fourth. And I went from fourth to second, I believe. So,
yes.
Yep. I taught you some tricks there, so hopefully you use that going into MX-5 Cup.
Yep.
We talk about Spec Miata just being very competitive. Do you think that racing in Spec Miata still is really sharpening your tools to go up on the next level?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm still out here on these weekends. It's really good to sharpen sword for say and especially with the Central Florida region, we get such great competition out here. I mean, guys like Preston Pardis and Jose Olfe's out there right now, a bunch of really good guys. So it's really competitive and it keeps you sharp.
Yeah. And it seems like we have 12 minutes remaining here. Well, a little bit of a dive bomb there going into turn one. Noah, this track has a lot of passing opportunities. Can you tell us your favorites? I mean, without getting too much detail to the competition, there might be some listening right now because there is an MX-5 Cup race, I believe, coming here shortly, right?
We're going to St. Pete this year.
Ah, that's right, St. Pete. But without giving too much away to some Spec Miata competition, where's your favorite place to pass on this track? It has 17 corners.
I think my absolute favorite place to pass is turn 17.
Yeah.
Like last lap when you just kind of like release the brake, try to throw it in there, get side by side. That's a lot of fun. It can be risky at times, but there's so many great passing opportunities. This track just races so well.
Is it the inside or the outside line, or the over/under that you prefer in 17?
I like to stick to the inside. I like to kind of sell the dummy of like, oh, I'm not going to pass, and then just like last second go.
Yeah.
Try to get next to it.
Well, we did see some dive bombs going into some late braking attempts going into the hairpin there, some lockups. Maybe if they listen to you, they might just get the job done in 17 next time instead.
So Noah, what is the most anticipated race for you coming up on the MX-5 schedule? Any tracks that you haven't been to before that you're really excited about?
I'm super excited about St. Pete.
Okay.
St. Pete's going to be our first street race.
Oh, look at this. We had another car go off real quick. Sorry to cut you off, Noah. But off one of the drivers left. That's an interesting place to end up. Maybe he got some help.
Yeah, or just doesn't like brake markers.
Oh, that could be.
Could be trying to take those out, make it a little tougher for the competition as we go into the night, losing some of those visual cues.
Yeah, we did talk about that earlier, Nick.
We
so
did.
It's starting to come to, it's almost like we know a thing or two.
It's always a strategy.
Take out the brake markers. Yeah, absolutely. I've done it before. Yeah. Corvette Museum.
I
Lexington.
believe you've done that on the outlap as well. So,
Well, it was during a race, but it was an outlap from the pits, yes.
and this is why we have an expert like Noah Harmon here with us to share some knowledge and some tips. But Noah, I have a question for you. What kind of advice would you give someone who's just starting out in racing that wants to be where you're at? What advice could you give to some of those up and comers?
I would say just be persistent. You know, stay committed to it. I've been doing Mazda stuff for 3 years now. It's not something that's gonna happen overnight. Just take your time. I mean, I did 2 years of Spec Miata and 2 years of Spec MX-5 at the same time with some overlap, and it's just like I went to the shootout twice. Like it took me 2 attempts. It's not something like a lot of people expect. Like, hey, I got to go light it up immediately, win every race, win the first race. Like you really don't. Like you just got to be consistent. You got to continue to get better, and you know, don't take your time. Yeah, it'll come.
Yeah, and there's other classes as well, and not just Spec Miata. There's so many different classes. If you had to pick a different class to race in, what would it be? And you can't say Spec MX-5 either.
I think B-Spec in a Mazda 3.
Oh, B-Spec and that class nationally as well is getting pretty exciting. The Runoffs has a big car count now.
Very big, yeah.
And a lot of talented drivers. I believe David Daughtry has won several Runoffs. There's quite a deep field, and I know the race at Road America this past year was pretty exciting. But that would be something maybe we can see Noah Harmon in at some point in a Mazda and B-Spec. That would be exciting.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, you could go to the Runoffs and have a two-time champ in the same year, possibly.
That would be amazing.
Yeah,
it's tough to win one of those.
Yeah. And we are coming up with 7 minutes left of the 2-hour stint, and this is where we're going to have basically a green and a checker at the same time. Noah, if you could run, have you driven the night here before?
Like on the verge of night. It was dark, but not quite fully dark.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. With just how dark it can be in some sections. I've completely driven, of course, by missing the turning point. Carousel happened, and then also turn 15 as well. And it can get a little exciting.
Definitely a tricky place tonight. You gotta know the track pretty well, I think. Like, I wouldn't recommend starting out on Sebring in the dark.
Well, I mean, it could get, it could make you learn very quick of what not to do.
That's true.
Before you transition into the daylight.
All right, just keeping track of the leaders here. You saw on your screen there the number 17. That's John Bufamonte. As he's leading Spec Racer Ford 5.5 seconds over the number 79 of Connor Grant. And then in third place right now is the 02 of Raymond Moser. But he's the 4-hour. He's a 4-hour guy, so he's leading his race as well. And then the 72 of Lee Hill and Mike Cobb.
Yeah.
And
the SCCA president.
Yeah, the SCCA president. So
Now,
they're hanging on there.
Remember, he did have a pass under yellow that was noted earlier, so there may be some penalties assessed on the president of the SCCA. Noah, how would you handle that situation? You're the steward. You have to hand down the penalty up to the president.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it. It's got to be fair to everyone.
That's a good answer.
No special exempt.
That's a good answer. And you, of course, have never passed anybody under yellow, have you?
Never.
That's a good answer as well. We only breed the best drivers here in the Central Florida Region, SCCA, and that's why you're a Mazda Shootout winner. Just one reason.
Yeah. Good to see the white and blue year 62 car still out there, John. They got the wheel fixed, and looks like it's running pretty decent still. Let's see, is that car signed up for
the 4-hour?
The 4-hour,
62 car. Oh, yeah.
Sure
so
is.
He might be several laps down. And I do see Brad Kitchen there. Brad Kitchen is now back into 4th place.
Ah.
So we were hoping for a podium there for Brad Kitchen, but it appears that Autotechnic Racing Machine might just miss the podium.
Yeah,
And
the
Noah-
31 did come by.
Noah, you've been doing some coaching for some drivers as well. Is Brad Kitchen one of your customers?
I've done a little bit in the past, not much this weekend. Yeah,
well,
I like
we
Brad.
can see he's off the podium.
Brad's great. Brad's great.
But Noah, you are a exceptional coach as well, as you've taught me a thing or two. Can you give us some tips on how to get around this track quick?
So yeah, of course. Sebring can be tricky, right? You gotta really respect the bumps, as John knows. Man, where do we start? Where do you want to start?
Turn one.
Turn one.
Yeah, walk us through a lap. What goes through your mind?
All right, walk us through a lap here. So turn one, best marker you can use is the end of the pit wall. Pit wall is great. I'm always thinking you got to brake just before the end of the pit wall, turn in by the pit wall, and then you're coasting. John knows a thing or two about coasting. You want to brake just enough to where you can roll speed to the middle of the corner, basically coast to the middle of the corner. So brake at the end of the pit wall, turn in at the end of the pit wall, carry a bunch of speed in, and you're just looking for that zero board. Once you can pretty much see that zero board, back to power, you've made it through turn one.
All right.
We got 16 more corners to go. But
That's some really in-depth analysis there, Noah. Just to be clear, we're not hitting the end of the pit wall.
we're not hitting
I have done that before,
You have.
so
You want
I
to get
wanna-
close, but you don't want to be that close.
I want to make sure, Preston Pardis, another national runoffs winner, he likes to put the one mirror on the right side of the pit wall and then touch the apex of the left mirror. So he's got markings on both mirrors.
Yep. You don't usually do that, but if you want to get as close to doing that as possible.
Yeah, well, hopefully all mirrors will be safe this weekend. With Preston Pardis unfortunately not running with us this weekend, we might have a better chance of that. You don't have to walk us through a whole lap, Noah, but what besides turn one, what's your favorite corner on the track?
I'm a big fan of the 3, 4, 5 complex back there. If you mess up 3, you're going to mess up 5. It all goes together. 5's tricky, but it's just fun. I like the carousel. You got to carry a good amount of speed in there and just be right on the edge of the limit of the car.
Yeah.
And for those of you at home, this is what we're seeing on the screen right now. This is what Noah was talking about, was turn 5. As now we shoot over to turn 6 and 7. But yeah, turn 3, 4, and 5 is one of those, you got to get one right to get the next right to get the next right, and it all just adds up. Because if you don't get out of 5 well, you've got this long straightaway, and you've lost 3, 4, 5 miles an hour, and it's game over there.
Yeah, and the pass for 7 starts in turn 5, right? Like you got to get out of 5 well enough to get a run to try to make a move as you head into 7.
Exactly. All right, we've got 2 minutes to go in our 2-hour enduro. I believe we'll be seeing a 1 to go sign for our 2-hour leaders very soon. We'll be keeping an eye on that, and we'll see. Yeah, 1:43 to go.
Oh, we are seeing. We're looking for race control is looking for the leader around to make sure we get the right 2-hour leader, and that is Gian Buffamante, who has been dominating the entire race so far, other than the change of lead during pit stops, has led essentially every single lap, which is something Noah hopes to do in the regional sprint races this weekend to get some SARRC points, some 25 SARRC points in the future race, which will be the SARRC Invitational will be at Daytona later this year. Do you plan on entering that race, Noah?
I do. I am very excited for the SIC this year.
Yeah, I do love racing at Daytona as well. And I beat Noah the last time I was there, so I'd like to say it's one of my stronger tracks.
Is that the only time?
No, there's no way. There's has to be at least more than one time I've beaten the 2024 Mazda shootout winner. I am curious, though. You are getting pretty comfortable on the mic. Do you think if the racing career doesn't work out the way you expect? Oh, wow, look on the screen there. See the car slowing down.
Yeah, it's the exit of turn 7. And there is our 2-hour flag coming out.
He's rolling again.
Yeah, so the 2-hour the 2-hour race is just finishing up. And Buffamante takes the win. Connor Grant in third, and look at that.
Is that
Or
a
sorry,
last lap? That looks like a last lap pass for Lee Hill there.
Lee Hill also racing with Mike Cobb, the president of SCCA. Might have just pulled out a podium there on the last lap.
Yeah, I think that was a change we saw in the live timing. And that would be a pretty good pass. I mean, what a good time for that to happen.
Yeah, it looks like they won by just half of a second. After 2 hours, won by half of a second. I mean, no, it doesn't get any better than that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, that's a good close race for 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe half a second better, at most. But a great finish, nonetheless. And there's a lot of close finishes.
Oh, we got a spec racer.
Oh, wow. We have another, yeah.
Oh, and is that the yellow?
Yeah. Oh, that's 72.
That is the 72. That's Lee Hill and Mike Cobb.
So they got the podium on the last lap, and it looks like possibly could have lost an engine on the cooldown lap, Nick.
Yeah, that was, we saw a little flash there, didn't we? I was,
but I will
was
say
concerned about that being bigger.
the flames do appear to be out, which is a good sign.
Yeah, we may be able to catch him with that camera leading up to that braking zone into 7 with the walkover bridges there. And oh boy, they're looking for a leader for the 4 hours, so we may have another caution coming out
That
here.
would be interesting.
Yeah, you can see it's right behind that that pull-off there on the left-hand side where all that smoke is. We've got safety crews driving down to them to take care of them, so hopefully everything's all right. But yeah, you can see it behind the fence there.
So the 2 hour race, Gian Buffalmonte takes the win. Connor Grant takes second place.
We have news on the radio that the driver is getting out. Sorry to interrupt you, John.
No, that's good to know. That's good to know that I believe Lee Hill was in the car in that second stint, and Lee Hill's a former chairman of the SCCA Board of Directors. So he's been around the SCCA for quite a while. But with the last lap pass, I mean, he pretty much left it all out there.
Yeah, no kidding. If unfortunately the car is down for the rest of the weekend, what a way to finish it at least.
Hey,
you
you end up on the podium.
End up on a podium like that. A last lap pass in a 2 hour endurance race. It's the kind of stuff we all dream about when we get into racing and we watch on TV, and when you finally get the opportunity to be a hero, even at this scale, it's a pretty good feeling. So
yeah, and some other winners here in the 2 hour. Jorge Ortiz Jr. as we go to a double yellow full course caution to clean up the mess that has been laid out all over the track. We have a couple cars have broken down all on the cooldown lap, which is interesting. But Jorge Ortiz Jr., ITA winner, had a gap of 23 laps over the next place car, Nick. So pretty big margin of victory there. Let's see some other 2 hour finishers. It looks like for Beck Miata, the timing is updating as we speak. Michael Loran, I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, took the win with a 1 lap victory over Rob Bailey in second, and Frank and Brian Ioria in third. Brad Kitchen just missing the podium there, 35 seconds back. Maybe some more coaching from our guest Noah Harmon. Maybe he can get the podium next time.
maybe.
Yeah. So we do have a caution here as we wrap up the 2 hour race.
Wow.
We will take a short break here, but we just want to thank Noah Harmon again from AAG Racing, the 2024 Mazda Shootout Scholarship winner, to join us, and we wish you success in the sprint races this weekend and also in the MX-5 Cup.
Thank you very
Any
much.
last things you want to say to us? To all the fans out there that are big Noah Harmon supporters and all the ones that are not your fans yet.
Just thanks to everybody out there for all the support over the last 3 years racing with the SCCA. It's been a good time, and ready to continue to do some more.
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We still got 2 more hours left of this race. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to the 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. We are in the middle of a 2 and 4 hour enduro. The 2 hour just finished, and unfortunately we did have a caution that caused a full course caution with a couple cars, Lee Hill being one of them, which appears to be a blown engine, some flames out the back, but appears to be all right and off the track. So hopefully we will go green here shortly. But we also have a new guest, Steve Shelton Jr., who's been around racing for a long time, quite a long time if I want to get into the details, Steve, but I'll let you talk about that. But I'm happy to have you here. You were a participant in this race.
For a very short time.
Yeah. And can you tell us about that?
Well, I'm here racing with my cousin Tom, which is identical to what happened here in the 12 hours many, many years ago. My dad and my uncle partnered. And so my family's been around here for a long time, so it's really neat to get him out to exercise a little bit every couple months. And so he started the race, and he got 9 laps in, and we lost a motor catastrophically. And yesterday was a transmission, and the folks at Auto Technica were kind enough to let me borrow a transmission. They removed it from a car in Fort Myers that belongs to the principal, Chris Clark, and then they showed up with it this morning. The boys rambled on and got it put in the car, so we were able to go out and, navigate a little bit and have some fun. So it was good. The cool thing is I get to still watch all my friends have fun. That's part of it. Yeah. So you can't take it too serious. Some days you're the dog, some days you're the hydrant,
I like to say sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield.
Right. Same.
Yeah.
So, I've been coming here since we think my dad took a driver's school here in 1973, which would have made me somewhere in the area of 2 years old, because I'm 53 now. So I'm not good at math. You're an accountant, Mr. John.
That's honestly what Excel is for. I struggle doing it in my head as well.
So been doing this a long time. It's part of my DNA. My family's just been doing. My uncle came here in 1968 with a friend of his from University of Miami, and was a corner worker, and was hooked immediately, and said, I need to do something along these lines. And then my uncle went to a driver's school, and then my dad followed in his footsteps, borrowed his car for a driver school. And away we go, and that was it. That's the beginning of that. My dad ran the 24 hours. I think he ran it 6 or 7 times. Finished as high as 5th with Mr. Bob Aiken and James Weaver in the Coca-Cola Porsche. That must have been 87, and so I was here doing that with them as a teenager, watching my dad race in the 12-hour was pretty magnificent. So. To be able to still come out and drive on these roads, on these tracks with these world famous people have driven for nearly 60 years now is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, Steve, we talked about it a little earlier about how great of an opportunity it is for the average racer. You could have a tow dolly and a car that passed tech and come out here and do a 4-hour and get to race on that. And I think that you have that experience of, the history behind this track, and it's just a really cool experience that the SCCA offers. So
indeed. And we're fortunate, sorry to interrupt, we're fortunate that we have one of the best regions in the country here in Central Florida. And it's so well established and willing to work, and we're on the air with one of the most innovative programs right now, DriversEye, which is so fantastic.
Yeah.
To be able to broadcast and provide it's just, I think it's just amazing. It's super cool sending these links to my friends and family who, can't make it to the track and want to follow.
Yeah,
and it's a great way for them to come out and have a look virtually.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have that here in the region, and it's definitely the next level of the club racing, because it's so hard. When you get into this sport, I think a lot of us drivers get to a point where friends and coworkers ask, like, oh, what'd you do this weekend? And it's so hard to describe what a race weekend is to someone who has never been to one. They don't understand the feeling of it, the emotion of it, getting to see people you don't see except for maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but you immediately reconnect with them, and it's a family. And being able to share just a little bit of this is really great. So, well, we asked Noah, our last guest, and me and John have already talked about it. You're driving in T4 this weekend.
Yes.
If you had to drive in a different class, and we're going to eliminate Spec Miata from that because everyone knows that's the best class, what class would you want to drive in that you think has the next best level of competition and, cars to compete with?
Well, I think the ability to have a spec class, I think, is pretty important. It puts all the stress on the driver and the team to, put a setup together for the driver to provide feedback. SCCA provides a couple of different classes that usually fill a pretty good field. I mean, Spec Racer is kind of a throwaway, and I came from Formula and sports racer background, so I like the FE2s.
Okay.
They're pretty sexy with sequential gearboxes. Both of those cars have sequential boxes.
Yeah.
And a twist of irony, in April, my dad and I are testing those cars up at Savannah.
Very
wants to
nice.
go out and run a FE2 car, and I don't fit in an FE2 car because I'm a big fella. So we're going to do a Spec Racer Ford. I've never driven one, and over the years I watched them. They've moved on. They've cut the wheels out. They put Goodyear tires on them, and then they put a sequential box in. It makes more power. I mean, I remember driving a Spec Miata, and those guys were like road bumps or speed bumps for us driving a Spec Miata. They were just in the way, and now we're in the way in Miatas, and they're very, very fast and very very, very competitive. So. I would say that just because it's, you've always got somebody to run with, and that's what Spec Miata does.
Yeah.
But those two classes are really, those are the ones that are real racer. It's not always the fastest and the sexiest, quite frankly. It's always the best racing. There's always somebody there to run with, even if you're first or second or third in the train, or you're 23rd, 22nd, or 23rd, 24th, 25th. So I really respect that. That's the kind of thing that I would drop the wrenches or the beer for and go to the fence and watch watch a qualifying or something like that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the reason I got into it and started in Spec Miata was because of the spec aspect of it. And I think a lot of us who enjoy the driving more than the tinkering appreciate the spec class.
Sure, yeah.
Because there's absolutely people out there that do love the improved tourings, the STs, the productions, the creativity of building that car and finding every little bit of the rules that you can to find another 10th is absolutely part of the sport. It's a different aspect of it, but I'm with you. I'm on the spec side with a driver. John, I think you're on the same side as us. You're a driver's driver rather than a builder's driver.
Well, I'm not much of a mechanic myself. My team, Autotechnic, prefers that I do not touch my car. I just get in the car and drive and try to do well.
And look pretty.
And, I try to take notes from Noah Harmon, our last guest, who's becoming a pretty good driver, I would say.
He sure is.
I don't know how much advice I've gotten from our current guest now, Steve Shelton, but
I've given you some advice just off the air.
Yeah, well, and we were talking earlier about how we drove this race together last year.
We did.
And we did win. And we did not finish because I blew the transmission on the very last lap.
It wasn't your fault. You didn't have all the shifts. It was shifted by me a lot more than you.
Yeah.
But the cool thing was I had given up that night. I don't know if you remember. You got towed in.
Yeah.
And one of our Autotechnic crew guys jumped in the car and got it out of the gear that it was stuck in. And we determined I had, out of the 6 gears, I had first, second, fifth, and sixth. So I had no third and fourth, which are the primary gears
Yeah.
to use.
Yeah.
And I was ready to pack it in. And then I was talked to and just said, well, there's another car out there. You might as well see if you can beat it. And so I got the car rolling and put it in fifth gear and just drove around the fifth gear for 25 minutes and beat the other car, which I'm not going to name names, but that was it was
Drop the name, Steve.
Yeah, I almost took off. Oh, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I don't think they are racing.
That's, I think, almost a second pace car. I don't know if there's actually a pace car in front of them. I was trying to check that. Because I'm seeing a pace car on the screen here going through turn 10 right now.
Anyway, so yeah, I won that race. That was fun. It was a fun story to tell. It was very. I almost took off my gloves and bit my fingernails. I was so bored. But it was.
It is rough driving around in just fifth gear.
Yeah, it was not fun at all.
Yeah.
You were fast in that car. way faster than me.
That car is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I do enjoy not just the spec class, but the T4
Yeah.
cars as well. A little bit more power.
Needs a motor and a transmission. You buy her.
Yeah. No, one car is good enough for me at the moment. But I do appreciate a lot of the classes that are more about development, and some of your production classes. I think like Kip Van Steenberg, who's here this weekend, who just dominates. And he's a great driver, but he also he's figured that car out.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool to see some of the domination in some of those other classes of guys and gals who have just figured out how to get the most out of their car over a span of years, right? So I think the SCCA does offer a lot of different avenues for car enthusiasts and racers. Obviously, I've been more of a spec guy my whole racing journey, but yeah, I mean, you already knew that, Nick.
Well, I think there's a lot of ways you can get involved, and you don't necessarily have to be, behind the wheel to start with. You could come and spectate. You can become a member for. I mean, I brought a guy up here for the Winter Nationals January 11th. And we were on the front straight, and he said, "What's your member number?" I told him, and he joined SCCA right there. He's here with me this weekend, and ends up being a very good friend, very motor minded, and so he's along for the ride. He's buying equipment. I don't even know if he's going to drive, but he's here, Big Dan.
There you go.
Awesome.
And there you go. See the second pace car there, led by the B-Spec.
Oh, the B-Spec, yeah.
That is not.
Well, we are about to go green again.
We are.
I did hear that the lights were off on the pace car. And Steve, I do want to ask your thoughts. Do you like the sprint racing format, or do you like the endurance? I mean, I know you like both, but which one suits your fancy?
Here we go.
Oh, and we are
Yeah,
green
we're
flag.
green.
The Spec Racer Ford 02 is our leader. That's Raymond Moser, our overall leader for the 4-hour. I think we have about maybe 10 cars or so that are continuing on into the night.
Chris Clark is trying to fix his car. He was pulling in and looking for a small rear leak, using it more like a test and tune.
Yep.
For the cartoon. So he pulled in. He was smiley, having fun. Told me he was going to do 45 minutes and got out of the car at an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So he was looking for an oil leak. They were going to try and repair it, get it cleaned up, and then get back out. Use the time wisely. Very, very, very cost-effective way to get out and get some seat time.
For sure. So, yeah, we shared enduros together.
Yes.
I'm guessing you like the endurance format.
I do. I go with some other sanctioning bodies to spend a longer time. The reason is, I think, because the more the merrier for me. I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like driving. Sadly, I have to have shoulder surgery soon, so I come out and do a few little races. But I had one of our.
Oh, we have a car off. That
Wow.
looks to be Unger, I believe.
Yeah.
The 44
No
Spec Miata.
Yeah,
Looks like
that
he's
is Richard Unger.
Yeah, he kept it off the wall though. So
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. He's going to be able to get that thing moving. Now, that is the braking zone for turn number 7. And is that him there?
yeah, it looks to be like he spun and continued. Is there a
Alright.
second driver in that car, Nick?
There is not.
Oh,
So Irving Rodriguez is driving with him.
So-
Irving Rodriguez. Okay.
Started the race, I believe.
Well, if Unger's watching the stream right now, he definitely got a little pit in his stomach watching that happen.
No, it was the other way around. I think that's Rich. They were
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
pitted right across from Auto Technic.
All right. Well, you're going into night. You're not much of a night driver yourself, are you?
I do okay. I see pretty well. I can see through walls as long as they're not within 3 feet of my face.
Yeah.
'Cause I got regular wrapped around my neck right now. But I've worn contacts since I was 15, so pretty used to it. I don't do bad at night. If we
Yeah.
we do some night racing, then
I mean, how beautiful is that right there?
it's beautiful. It's a lot darker than it seems on your screen, I'm sure. To me, maybe it's a little tinted here, but
Yeah, the camera angle is definitely looking right into the sunset. So I'm sure some other parts of the course you can start to see there are getting a little dark. But there's some nice lighting actually in turn 13.
Yeah,
Right there.
looks great. This is a pretty well lit area of the track. There
Yeah.
are other corners that are not as well lit as this. So you at home that see this and think, oh yeah, this is great. This is easy. Yeah, some of those corners, especially as we get deeper into this 4-hour enduro, are going to look darker and darker, and really reflect what the drivers are seeing on the track.
So, you're a big fan of endurance racing, but sprint racing as well.
Yeah, sprint racing offers a social aspect that is very important to me when I'm racing, to spend time with you guys hanging out, and as soon as the last motor turns off at the end of the day, we get to be kooky and have fun and stay out of trouble, but we might stay up too late and not feel good the next morning, honestly. But I think that's what it's all about. That's what the way I grew up is. It was everybody parked their RVs next to each other, and somebody cooked them the first night and somebody cooked the second night with breakfast the next morning. And to me, that's really what SCCA is about, family. And Sebring has been a part of it for me forever.
You've never cooked breakfast for me, Steve. So I'm not sure where you're getting that from. That must have been lost in
That is, yeah.
an old tradition that has not been continued to recent times.
Might be because we stay up late enough to watch them set up breakfast.
No comment there.
No
you don't have proof.
comments.
You don't have proof.
But yes,
yeah.
so I mean, for me too, I also enjoy the endurance racing too. I mean, I got to drive your car the last weekend. It looks like we have more. I don't know if that's a Speedy Dry just picking up.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
Speedy Dry picking up still. There's only, to my knowledge, 9 cars on track still. So I think the Speedy Dry is going to stay there for a while. It's hard to get a full pack of cars through to clear it all out. So we'll keep an eye on that as cars come through turn number 5.
Yeah, I did enjoy this race last year. We had quite a bit of fun. Yeah, only a couple gears.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
No, we have a call coming in with no taillights. I didn't get the car number, Nick, but taillights would be pretty ideal racing at nighttime. What do you think?
Taillights?
Taillights.
Yeah, no, I think you should definitely have some taillights. That's an important aspect of it. And, yeah, is that a safety vehicle?
It looks to
back
be
there?
over on the airport is what it looks to be. The airport's right there behind.
They got your jet getting started up for after
Yeah,
race.
yeah, the private jet. Thankfully, DriversEye Live flew me out here on the PJ. So, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's how our production guy Greg Ginsburg. Well, you might need to get the PJ to fix that camera there. There, Greg.
But
Just
yeah,
having some
we
fun in
are
the booth.
staying live with you guys. For those of you who are still watching, we've got another hour and a half to go. We are officially over the 30-minute mark into the 4-hour portion of our enduro here at the CFR Cabin Fever Cure.
Look at that beautiful shot.
I mean, that looks great.
That's it.
The lights off the building, that is, yeah.
It is cool seeing the cars kind of go quick on the exit of 17 there, and the way that the track is built on the exit. It looks like they almost ran off the track, but really they're not.
So one of the interesting cars that's out here is Central Florida's Matthew Fritz. He's driving a BMW that was essentially a barn find that was out in he was under God, as Papa said when he talked to me last night. So they needed another project like a hole in the head. So they decided it was going to be their enduro car. And so I think for 3 weeks, Alicia told me that they've spent the last 3 weeks night and day, when they weren't at work, getting the car ready. So I did see they had an exhaust fall off right at the very start. So they got one lap, and Matt's the wrench man. And so he got under the car in his driver's suit and got it fixed. And as far as I can tell, they're still navigating. And I think it's an ITR car.
Sounds exhausting.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work. But, it's
What's the last name of those drivers?
Fritz, Matthew Fritz. I think it's the 33 car. I think he signed up for 4. He gave me the 4 sign when I said, how long? You doing the 2 or the 4?
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, so I know they were back out. I saw them during the break. But the whole family comes out. He's a governor for Central Florida Region for Miss Robin, I believe. And they bring a whole bunch of them, man. There's dads, moms, grandparents, kids. When the babies are old enough to come out here and fit the earphones on so they don't get the loud noises, there's a bunch of them, and they always sit together and they always smiling. And that's what it's about, man.
Yeah, the racing family is really my extended family. Been at the track since I was born, essentially. Oh, there we go. We're looking at the
They're still listed as running. They are chugging along. So in 30th right now after those problematic laps that they had early with the exhaust problem, but they are still on track, ticking laps off on lap number 38 right now as they are cruising around.
Great news, we finished last.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I got up here to talk to you guys quicker.
You know, I feel like you just wanted to be in the booth with us, Steve.
Yeah, well, it's nice and cool up here. It's probably the coolest place in the whole track.
Yeah.
I actually employed our friend John Rodat to do the second stint. I was going to finish if we made it that far. And so he was disappointed, but he got to go to the bar early. So
That sounds about right.
Does sound like a silver lining.
consistent,
Yeah.
if nothing else.
And we're just, we're really happy. We have 172 people watching with us right now. Into the dark.
Did you guys do
Sebring.
the whole thing about where everybody's from? Have them, if it's okay if I
Yeah.
can put in chat, where are you guys watching? Where are you from? We gotta figure out who's watching from the farthest away in the world.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Who is our furthest viewer right now?
Send us a chat. Shoot a chat to us.
I did see in some of the driver bios, there's someone from South Africa here.
We do.
South Africa.
Yeah, driving a Ford Escort that was raced in South Africa.
It's a right-hand drive, sir. It is nasty.
That is cool.
Very cool. It
Yeah.
sounds amazing, and it's one of those ones that'll lift a wheel going out of the corner, like hard to get it to squat so it can get all the power down coming out of the hairpin. I saw it for a split second, and then didn't see it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Very cool.
Now we got a Washington State. That's pretty far away from Florida, I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, that is the winner. We got another one here, right here in Florida. They should be out here racing with us.
Indeed.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really beat the weather. Probably 70s right now.
It's gorgeous outside.
It's gonna drop down into the 60s, I believe, this evening, making it really nice. We got Pennsylvania in here, Sports Car Club of America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got watching from Germany.
Oh, there we go.
18 miles away from the Nordschleife.
Now we did talk about Steve when I win the lottery. I've already talked about my plan with my companion here, Nick. Order a few Porsches, go out, take on the Nordschleife, maybe order a couple more because we've seen this guy drive. So we might have to order 4 Porsches.
Or just a big inner tube to put around it.
Yeah, we could do that. It might not stop Nick from putting some damage on it.
Pinball.
Yeah.
Pinball.
Yeah, but that's definitely a bucket list item.
So,
Then some Labatt's Blue down, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, now we're
Awesome.
talking.
Let's see here.
For
Yeah.
after. Not now.
No, of course, yes, after the races. But this is, we got even the SCCA in here. SCCA, aren't you from Kansas? Why are you watching in Pennsylvania? What are you doing up there?
Yeah. And then Nick, who do we have on track right now? We have 10 or so cars remaining going into the night.
We do. The top couple are pretty easy to point out because they're still turning. And it's a 2006 Mazda MX-5, the 44 of Richard Unger in ITS. In fourth, the number 5 of Roden Unesi in ITR. It's a BMW 325i. The 02 of Raymond Moser. Now that was who we thought was going to take the lead over at the turnover, but he has fallen back, and they're in third right now. Joe and Yanni Mayoro in the ITEZ car out of Pompano Beach. They are in second right now.
That's father-son.
That is. And Craig Wheatley is leading this whole kit and caboodle in the Spec Racer Ford 3. So at least 2 Spec Racer Fords have stayed out. I'm sure you've noticed them on the camera with those big light bars on the front. Very helpful. As some of you noted, the old school headlights that you guys have are a little bit brighter than what they used to use on some of those race cars. Now, Steve, when you first started racing, you were still using oil candles for headlights, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, 1988.
What was it like when you had to choose horses to fit E-production rather than engines?
No,
Was
see,
it?
I had to get out. I had a passenger who was also my mechanic, and he just have to start it with a crank in the front.
Oh.
That's an age joke. I get it. I pick up what you're laying down, but yeah, just because I was racing before you guys were born doesn't mean I can't handle a joke. All about a joke. But yeah, I remember driving the first time. I did a few of the 24-hour races down in the former Moroso Motorsports Park, and that was a big shock to me because I'd never done it. And there is no light out there. No.
Yeah.
And it's a very narrow track, and then you get used to it. But yeah, the oil lights were something. But you just follow the clip clop in front of you, and everything's gonna be okay. Yeah, fog bands, like Peaky Blinders or something. I don't know.
Oh, man. Well, I think we are going to take a short break here and get a little liquid in us to push us the way for the rest of this. Steve, thank you so much for dropping in. Anything else you want to say before we take a break here?
Don't be a stranger. Come out here and check this out. The SCCA membership is very inexpensive. You can be involved in so many different ways. I've been a member since I think 1978 as a child, and it's just so amazing to be here. And once you're here and you make a friend, that friend introduces you to 3 people, and it just snowballs from there. And it's a fantastic community to be a part of. It's a country club, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of. Thank you.
Well, awesome.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you, Steve, for coming in, hanging out with us. Audience out there, we will be back in a couple of minutes to finish this thing off for you. We'll see you soon.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to the Cabin Fever Cure 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA. We're going back to some action because we can see another car appears to be having some issues going through turn 1 and carrying all of that all the way into the hairpin, Nick.
Yeah, it is not a great sign when you see smoke like that. And if the smoke stops, it's an even worse sign because that means it's run out of whatever fluid is currently leaking out of it.
I can't tell exactly what car it is with how dark it is, but there might be quite a lot of oil.
Yeah,
this racetrack.
That could be a significant amount of
Yeah,
oil.
and it looks
as
like
it comes up that left-hand side there. You see the headlights in the trees.
Yeah, it looks like the car's pulled off on the exit of 7. We have some of the trackside services getting to that car now, as you can see on the screen. But quite a bit of oil possibly dumped onto the track there, Nick. That could be interesting, especially with how dark it is already, and now you throw in some possible oil into the mix.
Yeah, that's never what you want, is to have, 2 difficulties of racing thrown at you at one time. Being already slick and then having, darkness on top of it.
Yeah.
That's the recipe for disaster. So hopefully they will be able to get that cleaned up quickly and it won't affect any of the other drivers out there.
One thing that is nice from the booth we're here, we can see very clearly where the track services are, with how bright those lights are.
It is very nice. It's easy for us to scan around the tracks.
And also you see for the drivers to see if there's any potential hazards coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. The lighting at night does a great job of letting the drivers know where safety workers are. So it's kind of the best time to use lighting, really, is when it's dark out.
Yeah, I'm still working on getting that car number to see which car that is, so we can report it back to you. Missed that on the race operations channel. But we do want to talk about some of the drivers that have submitted bios to us, Nick, that are racing in the 4-hour. We have a B spec driven by James Kohler and James Nur. 2011 Mazda 2, as we just see on the screen right there, going through turn 13. James Kohler has been racing since 1978, Nick.
Wow.
Quite a few years more than you and I have been born.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a significant amount of time.
Yeah, has raced in F production, in a midget, in showroom stock C back in the day when that was a class, on a Volkswagen GTI. So quite a lot of experience from James Kohler there.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive resume that goes back very far, and yeah, that's just great work.
Yeah, and another driver here we have some information on, Alfonso Diaz II, hailing from San Juan, Puerto Rico, driving a 2006 MX-5, and he is in the ITS class. I do see that there are 4 other co-drivers in that car. I have the last names here, Candelario, Diaz, and Rigard. And Alfonso Diaz, we have information on 20 years of racing between the USA and Puerto Rico, amateur, and 3 seasons of professional racing in IMSA and SRO. Racing in IMSA Mustang Challenge is a goal for 2025, and aiming to win the Legends Championship in the MC.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. So the Legends Championship, I'm guessing, is the senior age category.
Yeah.
For the Mustang Challenge. So to bring home a gold there in the next level of racing.
The Mustang Challenge has really taken off, and it's yeah, we wish him the best of luck out there. Good luck.
Yep, it is good to see. Also, those drivers entering into the pro racing, using the regional scene here, and grassroots racing to get a lot of track time and some competition under the belt as they take that to get ready for the next step.
They do, yeah. But it looks like we are. Did we ever go full course? I don't think we
No,
ever
we did
went full
not.
course. So we're continuing on, but I don't think we're seeing any more issues out there on track. If the car was disabled, they were able to get it towed back in.
They are pulling the car out, and I might have heard 115. That might be. Yep, that is
That is
Alfonso Diaz, the second that we were just talking about. Unfortunately, is the one that appears to have lost the engine. And driver's okay, and has been pulled off track by the trackside team.
Great, good.
So unfortunately, the commentator curse.
It really is.
Yeah.
We were just talking about them, and lightning struck, unfortunately, for that team. So hopefully it's not too big of an issue. Maybe just the line popped off and the motor will be okay. Pop it back on. We'll be ready to race tomorrow.
I will say, though, that he did keep the car running for quite an extended period of time.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great point. It looked like it was losing a lot of fluids while still doing car things, which is when you want the fluids. So
Yeah. So if there's any fans on the stream or in the chat from Puerto Rico, I know there is a big following for a lot of Puerto Rican drivers. We have quite a bit that race with us here, and boy, do they bring a big crowd to every race.
that is so much fun to watch. They just have the best time here, and I know that if the team had 4 or 5 drivers signed up, the crew that they had for that 115 car has got to be massive. They are. They probably have 2 or 3 people per position to make sure everything goes smoothly, and they must be having the time of their lives. So,
No, it is.
if you're part of that 115 team, we feel for you. We know how much it hurts to be this far into a race, almost 3 hours, 75% of the way through, and have tragedy strike like that.
Well, I will say for the 4-hour ITS, I think they would most likely still bring home the win. So maybe lose an engine, but also take home some hardware and some fun memories.
Well, that would be kind of a silver lining to the whole situation,
Hoosier
You could
Racing
still
Tire
get
is
that
proud to be the
trophy,
presenting
get
sponsor
your
of
podium
this
moment,
year's Hoosier
and,
Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global
And yeah, the SICK will be at Daytona this year, which is the first time, right? It used to be in Road Atlanta.
The SIC?
Yeah. Or was it at Roebling?
It was at Roebling the past few years.
Yeah.
And it has bounced around to a couple different locations.
That's right.
It has been at Daytona. I believe it was 2015.
I think it was for the 2015 runoffs.
Yeah.
It was kind of a.
It was a tune-up race,
race.
For the runoffs, and it was quite exciting. Daytona National Speedway. I mean, just like Sebring, here we are today.
Yeah.
Just a famous track with a lot of great racing, a lot of opportunity to really get up on the wheel and get going pretty fast on the bank.
Yeah, I'd say it's equal amount of history between Daytona and Sebring. Maybe not as lengthy, but I think the width of Daytona's history, just because they race there so much in so many different series, makes it a really cool place to go. And the racing there, though, is so different from Sebring. Sebring, a very technical track with 17 corners and 3.7 miles. And Daytona is really not about the pure skill of getting around a lap. The racecraft of how you race against other people there is so much different. It's why I love it. It really does show how different racing can be compared to just who can run the fastest lap.
Yeah, no, I do love both tracks. They both offer completely different racing experiences, and I'm looking forward to participating in the SICK later this year.
I'm gonna be there rooting for you, John, and hopefully you qualify and do well.
I mean, I don't enter a race, to lose, Nick. So.
Well, looking at your last couple of results, you could have fooled me. I know you've been having teething issues with the car. That is it's always tough when you go to a new car. I had the same problems when I built my Spec Miata.
They do be like that sometimes.
You get there. You get there eventually. There is, other than buying a car from someone for a little extra money, there's no easy button to getting a new car up and running.
Yeah, no. So I did hear over the radio we have, I believe, 9 cars still running, according to timing and scoring. And so, yeah, I mean, a great opportunity, for anyone trying to get a lot of seat time in racing. Do a 4-hour enduro on top of the sprint races you're already doing here. I mean, it really just makes a lot of sense if you want to run track time.
It does.
And look at this. You get the whole track to yourself right now. It's pretty awesome.
It is a private track day at this point, and some people would like that. Some people don't. But if you're one of the people who says, look, I'm here. I'm paying for it. I want every minute possible. This is about as good as it gets.
Well, I think, too, also it allows you to share the car with friends, family, teammates, to go out there and win as a team, which I think is also adds an exciting element to a typical sprint race weekend where you're more of a solo driver out there.
Yeah, the team aspect does change things up a lot. It brings that extra element in, and I think it raises the highs you get from winning, but it also makes it a little tougher with the lows because you're all together. So that range of emotion you have a team with you is unparalleled, and I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, no, I especially enjoy it, Nick, when we have shared a car together and you come on the radio on your out lap or your first lap and tell us that you've gone agricultural.
Yeah.
So, that always makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
I have a very deep respect for, nature, and when I get into the car and I can make an impact on the agriculture of the town, I try to take that opportunity. I think it's very important. So we've always had a good time, though, racing together, and I think some of my favorite highlights have to be coming on the radio saying, hey, this is the last lap, just bring it in, and we'll see an impound. There's nothing like saying that on the radio to a teammate. So,
yeah. One of my favorite moments is you coming on the radio, blaming another car for why you were in the wall, only to look at the video shortly after and realize it was self-inflicted and cost the team some dear time on pit road.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that, Nick?
Happens to everybody, man. You know, it's just a part of racing. It's just, you know.
I don't know if that's happened to
sometimes.
me in all the endurance racing I've done.
Yeah, how about the sprint racing though? Could you tell me how many complete rotations you have made in any axis with your old car?
It was almost one. It was like 99%.
Oh, I'm talking about if you combine all the incidents.
Oh, if I combine them, yeah, decent amount.
I think it's gold at X Games.
Yeah,
I think.
I only go for gold, so if you're gonna do it big.
That is true. That is true. Well, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, you know.
That's why you keep a body guy on the payroll.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you guys are getting paid for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least someone is. Yeah, so we still have quite a handful of cars still chugging along. A beautiful night.
It is gorgeous out. Couldn't pick a better night to go racing. So good to see some people taking advantage of it.
And we also still have 153 people watching now with us, and we are enjoying y'all's company as well. Without you watching, we would not be doing this. So we definitely appreciate you tuning in and sharing the action with us. It's been kind of action-packed, this Enduro.
We did have some great moments.
Lost some wheels.
We lost wheels. We've had, some small explosions.
Yeah. A tire.
A tire, yeah.
Yeah, tire went out.
Tire went out.
But
We lost
not-
the whole fender.
But not a lot of body-to-body contact, which is a good sign.
That is a
You
great
know.
sign. That means that the drivers out there are, minding their P's and Q's and being very friendly,
Yeah,
being very
it's good.
brotherly.
Well,
very
you're
sisterly.
in an endurance race as well, so
Yeah.
getting the car to the finish line is pretty much more, or could be just as important, if not more important, than actually really going wheel to wheel.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's definitely the number one priority when you're in an endurance race is to finish the race. So I think a lot of these drivers did a good job. And
I will have to remember that for next time.
some of the teams just struck by bad luck, and that is unfortunately the sport that we have chosen. That's
I don't
racing.
know what it is in the air today, but there have been quite a few engine troubles in this race.
There has been. We did see even early on, and then like we saw with the 72 Spec Racer 4, just immediately
Yeah.
after the end of their 2-hour stint.
That is quite
it didn't even
unfortunate.
make it a full lap back into the pits.
They had to get towed to the victory circle.
They did. Very reminiscent of you guys last year. You
Yeah.
and Steve.
Yeah. Steve Shelton was on just a few moments ago. Could always count on him to bring a lot of expertise and chattiness to the broadcast booth.
Yeah, he's been around racing for a long time, longer than both of us, and have been alive, period. And he is a great time on and off the track. I love racing with him. I love hanging out with him.
Yeah.
It is a...
That B-Spec found a new racing line in turn 16, one that I have not seen before.
I noticed that. It stopped me in my tracks completely.
Yeah.
I had to stop talking. And they...
It could be that there were other cars coming in and you just kind of let them through.
Yeah, it could be. It's possible. But most of the time in a B-Spec, you don't really need to let them through. People will get through fairly easily.
Yeah. But they are fun cars, though, the B-Specs, especially
Very fun.
especially at some of the national levels now. We're seeing good numbers. That class is definitely growing quite a bit over the last few years. So exciting to see another class get a lot of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. When the class was first announced, I don't think it had the traction that people were expecting. It was a little more costly than originally expected for cars of that speed. But now that we've gotten to a point where there's more cars available, the used market is doing well, the parts market is doing well with them, it really makes a lot of sense to use that as a starter car. It is front-wheel drive, but the nice part about front-wheel drive is you really only go through front tires. The rears are just kind of along for the ride. They don't do too much work, so very economical in that way. Small engines, so it's good on gas, good on tires, pretty decent on brakes. Really all you could ask for is a economical race car.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, like all good things, some things take time. You know, sometimes you need a fireplace instead of fireworks, and that I believe is what B-Spec is really turning out to be.
You
a
might
nice,
be right.
a nice, beautiful fireplace that has just grown organically. A lot of good people joining.
Yeah, that is definitely what I think B-Spec is becoming, is more of an aged fine wine. But
Yeah, I think this would be a good time, Nick, to talk about, you know, who's still running.
yeah,
So right now I see, I'll just go by class here, or would you like to go by, well, we can go by the overall.
yeah, I think overall's fine. We've got our settings here for the classes.
Yeah, so we have Raymond Moser in Spec Racer Ford 3, the overall leader. Craig Wheatley in a Spec Racer Ford 3, 1 lap back. So Moser with a lap lead.
Yeah.
Almost 3.5 hours into the race. In third overall, ITEZ, you have the father-son team of Joe and Gianni Maioro. You have in fourth place overall, Rodin Unisi in ITR. You also have Richard Unger, ITS entry, who rounds out our top 5. Alfonso Diaz II was, I believe, that car that had just had engine troubles.
It sure was, yeah.
So that car may slip down, and may slip down a few more spots from 6th. We also have Bill Blair, James Kohler, Matthew Fritz, Chris Marsh, all still in the running.
It sure is.
Chris Marsh is 30 laps down, so had some troubles earlier, it appears. But thank you all for joining us. We're actually going to keep continuing the broadcast, but take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We still have the finish of this 4-hour race coming up. We'll be right back.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to the Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. This is a SARRC qualifying race weekend, and we're here at the Sebring International Raceway in the middle of our 4-hour enduro race. We've seen quite a bit of action, Nick. The 2-hour race concluded, and quite a few cars have dropped out of the race, and we still have about 9 or so continuing. We did also just see Chris Clark, who was out for an extended period of time in a Global MX-5 Cup car, now back out there putting laps down.
Yeah, it seems like a couple of the cars have found some life at the end of the day here. Both the Global MX-5 Cup car and our ITEZ entry have run their fastest laps in the nighttime here. That's very cool to see. And we're going to keep marching forward.
Yeah.
It's only a couple of minutes to go. What do we have? About 35, 34 minutes remaining in the race. So we are getting close to the end, which means it's time to start talking about tomorrow, John.
Yeah, of course. We have an action-packed day tomorrow with 8 groups of cars. Starting out first at 8 a.m., we have Group 3. So, because Group 1 and 2 already raced before, as a combined group, raced before the Enduro, just before the broadcast started today. But we will have every race streamed tomorrow. So starting off with the production group, that's your E-Prod, F-Prod, H Production, GT Light, E4, STL, B-Spec, you name it. All the letters, Nick, are going to be in Group 3 to kick us off at 8 a.m. Following that, we have Group 4, which is Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford 3. Group 5, the IT class, so it includes ITA, RS, EZ, you have SMX, ITB, ITC, T3, a nice mixed class group there. In Group 6, we have our Spec Miata and all the different tire options that can be run at a regional level. And then Group 7 is our GT cars. So your ITOs, GT1, 2, 3A, ASR, T1, T2, SPO. A good, and my favorite, Spec Corvette, my new favorite. There's quite a few of them here this weekend, and I am excited because that was a big GT group. For a little while there, we kind of saw the GT group's numbers dwindle, but it seems to be on a comeback.
Yeah, it's cool to see the big bore cars really make a significant comeback, not just a small one, but seeing a class within that big bore group show up with 8, 9 entries is really unheard of since Ace Sedan started to kind of dwindle. That used to be the really big one, but I think Spec Corvette is going to be a big game changer there.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely excited to see that, and they race close too. There's a lot of close racing in that Spec Corvette group. And I think it's going to be really exciting. So starting out, we're going to have 20-minute races starting at 8 a.m. and then going into 30-minute races. We'll split up the Formula Car group, so we'll have 2 different Formula Car races in the afternoon. So the first one will be the majors classes, because we have a double major right now for Formula Ford, Formula V, and Formula 600. So they get the opportunity this weekend to score points in both a Super Tour race as well as a regional and SARRC points championship race. They will have their own class in Group 1. And then Group 2 following will be the bigger wings and things, as I would call them.
Yes. Yeah, I would call it the wings are Group 2 and the things are Group 1. Yeah.
You're a little bit smarter than me, Nick, so that's why I brought you along with me.
That's okay.
Yeah. So we have some exciting races. What race are you looking forward to the most tomorrow?
Ooh, it's got to be Spec Miata.
We are a little biased.
We are very biased,
yes.
But I think the Spec Miata race tomorrow is going to be very exciting. I'm excited to call it, and yeah, I think that's going to be the top show. I think the Spec Racer Ford group is also very good. But yeah, for me, it's got to be a spec group, and it's either Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford. I think they're going to be our top 2.
I don't know. I'm excited for Spec Corvette. I am on it. And I know you, Nick. I know you like the GM V8 cars. You drove a Cadillac for a little while.
I did drive a CTSV for a little while, yep. So I'm a big LS fan, and I currently drive a Mustang. And, yeah, I'm excited for that group as well. I worry sometimes with groups like that, though, that the other cars that are close to them in time may mess up that race. With Spec Racer Ford and Spec Miata, it's a little bit easier for them to have that good, clean racing when they're the only ones on the track. So
Yeah, well, that's a part of the game.
yeah.
You know, you have to be able to navigate traffic around you in mixed class racing. It's part of the excitement that a lot of people in mixed class racing enjoy.
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge of it for those classes, but you know, you have those, but then you go to the runoffs, and a lot of those groups are split out into their own races. You miss out on it. So, you know, the way you qualify is not the way you win the championships, which is a little weird for certain sports, but for racing, I guess anything goes.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like quite a bit of smoke over there in the
Yeah.
on the screen. That appears to be turn 15, 14, 15 there, as the camera is positioned right at turn 16 as the cars are coming through. I'm not sure. We'll have to listen in to the flaggers. Trying to get some word. I'm not hearing anything just yet.
Yeah, not sure what happened, but hopefully we can get some info from the flagging team.
I don't see any service vehicle, standing up. So there's no trackside support vehicles with their lights going. So
Yeah.
maybe just an off and continue.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe dropped a wheel or two in the exit of 13. It's kind of in line with the view there. It's possible. So
I don't know, but I'm here for the excitement, Nick.
I am too. Anything.
Also, how cool is this? 4 hours, and there's about 9 cars on track. You got 5 of them right here in this group of cars as the cameras are doing a great job capturing some of that racing.
Yeah, it is nice to see that we have a couple of cars together still. They're going to have to work through traffic and...
Oh, we're getting a call in here, Nick. No. So, yeah, we just got the word in. Not sure of which car it was, but dropped a wheel going into 15, into 15. Took out all the brake marker cones, Nick, which I know you've done before as well. How do you think that might play, into some of the other drivers not being able to use those as reference points?
Me personally, I think that was a tactical move. I think they did it on purpose. That wasn't an accident. So, if I was one of the other drivers out here still, there's a possibility I file a protest for taking out my visual.
I didn't know that was protestable, but I'm here for it. I'm here for the drama.
I'd give it a try. I think there's no point in not trying. What's it cost? $25 for a protest, something like that.
That's worth it.
Yeah. No, but in all seriousness, it sucks as another driver being out on the track losing any of your visual markers that you've been using. So hopefully they will be able to adapt, and we won't have more incidents there.
Yeah, I do agree. I do think it was a tactical move. I'm with you on that, and I like to see that the mind games that potentially are going into the late stages of this 4-hour endurance race.
I'm glad you agree with me on that. I thought I might be the only one out there who thought taking out brake markers was a tactical advantage, but it's good to have you here with me.
Somebody must have seen some video of you, and I've studied some of your video online.
It's certainly possible. I want to say that I think that video is out there from my my outlap there, but they say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. So I'll take anything I can get. If it means taking out brake markers is associated with me, and that's the mark I left on the racing world, I'll take it.
Yeah. I'm sure your 7 followers on your YouTube channel really really love watching all of the mistakes that you make in the car.
They do. And my favorite part about my followers on my YouTube channel is that
4 of them are your family.
No, none of them are my family. My family does not follow me. But whenever I post videos, I post for our whole team when we do our endurance racing. And all the videos from my other teammates get tons of comments, views, and likes, and no one ever watches mine, even though it's on my channel. So,
That might be something,
I really got to talk to my followers about that.
Yeah, you might want to figure out some of that engagement.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah. But we have less than 30 minutes remaining now. 25 minutes, it appears, that we have left in the race. We've had some cars come back out from the paddock. Like Chris Clark in the MX-5 Cup car, the 91. He had a oil leak that was was located and sealed. So he's back out there getting more lap times. And you have Morayo running his best lap times late at night. So maybe the cooler weather is also helping some of those lap times, possibly maybe the faster driver, the father and son duo. I'm not sure which one is faster, Nick. I don't want to call out any names.
Yeah, I don't know which is which, who's faster, but I do say that I know that is a Miata built for a different endurance series, and to be running a 32 is
pretty impressive,
pretty good. That's no joke. So they've got that car dialed in, and if this is a test day session, as you see it pass through turn 10 right there with the orange lights. Yeah, that car is running well. Someone's wheeling it out there. That's not a lap time you just accidentally turn. So good for them to be sticking with it. There you see it through 13. Oh, yeah.
It's got a big wing on there.
It does have a big wing.
Yeah, Nick, it does look like you have a fan in the chat.
That's right. That's Rick and Cindy, and yes, they do. They get to come to the races and watch live. Wow. So maybe that's probably why they don't rewatch the YouTube videos. So
yeah, I'm glad to see your fans are being loyal.
Yes, thank you.
Following you on here to the SCCA YouTube channel, and we'd like to thank everybody here that's sticking around and watching this 4-hour enduro with us. We appreciate the company, and we're excited to bring you more action for the whole rest of the weekend. I'm looking forward to the sprint races tomorrow. I think I'm manifesting a good day, Nick.
I think we're going to have a lot of good races. I'm manifesting it as well. I think maybe a couple photo finishes mixed in would be really exciting. So we'd love to see that. So hopefully you guys tune in and catch some of those races. That would really make our day to have you guys here.
Yeah, good thing we have DriversEye Live. Hopefully we can get a nice angle of the start-finish line tomorrow for some of those photo finishes.
Yeah, that is that's really, what it's all about, is photo finishes. You know, 20 minutes of just 110% effort and coming down to a bolt on a bumper. That's about as good as you can get. So
yeah. And where you put your transponder.
Where you put your transponder, yes. We've had drivers learn the hard way. You got to put that thing as far forward as possible.
Yeah, I just put mine on the outside of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it fare with bump drafting in Spec Miata?
It's the risk that you take.
Well, luckily transponders are one of the cheaper wearable items on the car. So if you were going to have something get beat up, I think a transponder is probably the option.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, though, because I'm always out in front, my front bumper doesn't need as many, hits to it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's protected by your talent.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I focus on the talent so much, is protect that transponder.
That is about a $600 item, so I can understand why that investment's. That's almost as expensive as a Spec Miata engine these days.
Well, maybe a fraction.
I don't know.
But listen,
there's some cheap engines out there.
There are. And then we get the B-Spec going around the corner there, followed by, is that the same BMW that broke down a few times earlier? The 137?
It is possible.
Because that would be impressive. It does not look to be. It looks to be Bill Blair nope, Bill Blair was in the Ford Mustang. Sorry, excuse me. Appears to be Matthew Fritz.
Yeah, Matthew Fritz, or is that
it was a BMW
Road in Unessi? Is that the number 5 car?
Oh, could be. It was. We'll have to see it as it goes down, or the next time they come on camera.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to spot them, give you guys an update there as we await their arrival underneath Turn 17 Bridge. There goes that ITZ car, the number 8. And I have no idea which car that was. Yeah.
But we're enjoying it.
We are enjoying it. Anytime we can get to come watch racing live, it is a good day. Tomorrow.
Yeah. Anytime I get to
Got
spend
even more racing.
Yeah. But anytime I get to spend some time in the booth, the DriversEye Live booth, it is always a great time. And to be on the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel really is a great time. It's a great way to spend the weekend.
Really is. This is a great opportunity, and I appreciate DriversEye Live for trusting us, and even SCCA. So thank you guys so much for having us here. We really appreciate it, and we're having a blast so far.
I'm just happy to bring the action of the regional weekend to everyone else at home. Most regional weekends are not streamed live, and it wasn't up until recently that a lot of the majors and super tours were streamed at all. And now to get to have more access, more views on any given race weekend, I think is great for not only SCCA but the sport as well. Getting more people in, more eyeballs on the sport, I think is awesome to see. So I'm sure a lot of people back at home, like you said earlier, that maybe don't come to the racetrack and they want to see you race, or they want to hear you talk, Nick. That sweet voice.
Sometimes my talking is better than my driving. So
well, I would say
that's completely understandable. You're not going to do that.
You're an excellent driver, Nick.
Thank you.
Yes. But we have almost 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes left in the race. And it still seems like there's some drivers out there having some good time. Let's go down the order, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. So leading the charge right now, Raymond Moser, Spec Racer Ford in the 0-2, followed by Craig Wheatley, 3 laps behind in the number 32 Spec Racer Ford. After that, we've got the father-son duo, Joe and Yanni Mayoro in the ITEZ car, which have run an even faster lap since the last time we checked in on them. They're in 3rd. Roden Unesi in the number 5 ITR BMW. And rounding out your top 5, the number 44 of Richard Unger in ITS. That's a 2003 and NB Miata. So there you are, your top 5. Now I know there's some other cars running. It's a little difficult to see if you're looking on Race Monitor because I know that the car in 7th right now that you're seeing on your list is no longer on track. That is the car that had that catastrophic failure. The 115. But if you look down in 37, the number 91 of Chris Clark, we do know is still lapping. So a little tricky to figure out who's still on track right now. But
yeah,
all the same, it's good to see cars still turning laps 4 hours in. Love to see the reliability. And
all right, Nick, if you're doing any endurance racing as a team, do you like to be the one finishing? Do you like to be the anchor? Or do you want to be the starter?
I'll be honest with you. I like to be the anchor, and it's not for the reason you think.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's because I don't like tearing down the pit box. I want to be in the car while everyone is doing the hard work, and I just want to be enjoying myself. It's the end of the race, You're either pushing as hard as possible or you're on a joyride. I don't want to take the tent down. I don't want to carry the spare tires back to the truck. That's
a very valid point, Nick.
And I
that's
know
something
I
didn't
have
take into consideration.
And I know I have some crew members from my team listening right now, so I apologize that I'm telling you my secret. But yeah, John, I would say I'd prefer to drive last than to drive first. John, what about you?
Well, I like to start the race and put the team into a good chance of winning early on. I like to think I work through traffic well. I can't say the same about you. So I think it's good, for you to be out there when there's less cars on the track.
It's a good balance. Why we make great teammates.
Yeah. And why we remain friends even through, some interesting team dynamics.
Oh, did you just hear that on the radio? Leader is in the pits right now.
That is not good.
I wonder if that is a scheduled stop or if it is a
That gives us some some interesting implications here.
Or
Because Craig Wheatley's only 2 laps behind. And so when you have a 5-minute pit stop and they're pulling lap times of about 2:30, 2.5 minutes, we could get a pretty close finish here, Nick. I'm excited.
We could have a stop. We obviously know that both of them have done their 5-minute pit stop. So this is no longer
Well, you would think they would, if they have to fuel, they have to go 5 minutes.
Right. But there's no minimum number of pits or maximum number of pit stops, right? It's just a minimum. You have to do at least one. And they've already knocked that out. So any pit stops now, you'd assume, are calculated. You know, you pick a time that you want to pit. Maybe they were looking for a caution with 9 cars.
This could get exciting.
Full course cautions are pretty unlikely, but
yeah, this could get exciting. Craig Wheatley now only back 1 lap. If he is fueling, if our leader Ray Moser is fueling in pit road, and I'm looking right now outside the booth, and they indeed are fueling.
okay.
So this race just got spicy.
There is definitely something to this race here now.
I just stood up out of my chair, Nick.
We'll see.
For the people at home, I stood up out of my chair. I am ready for some excitement here.
Yeah, Craig has been 0.4 of a second faster on their best lap. So a 2:28.0 to a 2:28.38. So it really is anyone's race here in Spec Racer Ford 3, it looks like.
Yeah, the driver's getting back in the car of the Raymond Moser Mobile. I'm not sure if Ray Moser is driving or if his partner, last name Falcone, is in the car. I'm not sure. But they're getting strapped back in, and we could have some excitement here late in the game.
All right. That is exactly what we wanted.
And we want to give the people what they want, and that is some excitement. And
I've now stood up too because I want to see when they come down pit lane.
This looks like a Spec Racer Ford right here coming through the camera.
There
in the back.
is. I think
And
you're
so,
right.
So they're going down into turn 17 now, which might put them on the same lap here.
That would be exciting. We would love to see that. Let's find out.
I will say that Raymond Moser has not crossed the start finish line where the pit box is, so they may still be 1 lap ahead.
Okay.
But here comes Craig Wheatley down the front straightaway. Yes, so they are actually they just got back onto the lead lap. But it looks like they're kind of struggling getting the person belted into the car right now, Nick, on pit lane.
Yeah, any time that they're spending right here on pit road is time that the 32 car of Craig Wheatley is gaining.
Yeah.
So now that they're both on the same lap, all of this, every second that they're on pit road matters.
Yep.
So hopefully they can get out there soon. But as a selfish broadcaster,
I would love to see some.
I'd like them to
action.
take a little bit longer. Take your time.
It looks like they started the car back up, but has not reached possibly the 5-minute minimum time for the pit stop because they have yet to move. And Craig Wheatley's now going into just coming out of the hairpin. It's about half of a track distance.
Yeah, well, they've got a long drive down pit road here. For those of you,
they still have not moved.
Yeah, the 02 car is really close to the pit entrance, so they have not crossed start finish line yet. They have a long drive at a pit road speed of 25 miles an hour to get to the exit. So yeah, as this time starts ticking more and more, the opportunity for the 32 car is going to be more and more. And I think what he's doing right now is staying behind that number 8. Yeah, the number 8 car. Using the draft, saving fuel.
Drama's coming, Nick, because they're heading into turn 15 right now. The leader has not left the pit stall just yet.
All right.
So right now, Craig Wheatley, the second car on the screen, is going into turn 16 right now.
There he goes.
So heading down into the backstretch, down at turn 17. this just got exciting.
This got very exciting. Is the 2-car of Raymond Moser rolling yet?
Oh, they are rolling.
They are. They just crossed start-finish line. So when Craig Wheatley in that 32 comes around,
it's going to be
we're going to
close.
see the actual gap. We'll see if they can close it as we go, because right now they're still closing.
Right.
You can see on the screen that the 2-car is still on pit road. They have not exited yet as they pass that driver.
And Craig Wheatley is coming around, about to cross start-finish line.
This is going to be a great shot here.
Oh,
we
wow,
can see them exiting.
Yeah.
And the second car in line here, I think we're going to have less than about a 10-second gap.
Oh, there it is right there. So it did get exciting, and you have to think somebody on the radio with Craig Wheatley has got to be telling him.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity. Look at this, 4 hours later.
Look at
they're
this,
in the same camera shot. And you have to think too, if a new driver just got in,
Yeah.
are they feeling? Are they easing into it? Are they a little rusty?
They could be.
Could it be a slower driver getting in the car?
Yeah, you never know who's in, but whoever it is for that 32 car, someone on the radio is telling them right now, push, push, push. This is your time.
Yes. And there's some lap traffic involved as well. The B-spec, right, going into the hairpin right in front of the leader.
That definitely can slow you down. We can see a couple of the lights through our window here, and it looks like they're making their way through traffic pretty easily after turn 7.
Yep. So the Spec Racer Ford there of the Raymond Moser mobile just got around the B-spec, and the 4th car in line there is Craig Wheatley. There's about a 4 to 5 second gap there as the B-spec was a little bit in the way of Craig Wheatley. Hopefully Wheatley gets around that car relatively quickly, and we can get a nail biter here.
We could. Another thing to think of too was, did that number 2 car pop off with fuel?
I will say the ITEZ car caught the Moser mobile, and so that would tell me that they're catching him.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the Morrow team of the number 8 ITEZ car and Craig Wheatley were kind of running together at a similar pace.
They were. And now if we go side by side through 15 there, that is going to make things difficult for them, and it could bring that 32 car a little bit closer. We'll have to see what the gap is when they cross start finish this time by.
Because there's only about 8 minutes left.
Yeah, we have some serious drama at the finish here.
Wow. So the race has to end at 8 p.m. Local time, I believe, and it's 7:53. So we're seeing them go through turn 17 now. That gap is closing.
That is a very close gap because that front car you saw was the 8. I think we are under 2 seconds of gap here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, going around start-finish line.
That's a tenth of a second.
Nose to tail. We have just over 1/10 of a second gap as Craig Wheatley makes the move on Moser into turn 1 to take the lead with less than 10 minutes remaining, Nick.
This is great. You see the number 8 car. That's the 3rd place car. But they are 3 laps down. So both of these Spec Racer Fords are just fighting each other. This Miata in front does not count for a position. They are on their own. But it looks like they are moving away from the Spec Racer Fords.
This is exactly what the people want here, Nick. After 4 hours of racing, we have a wheel-to-wheel battle here with another move. It looks like Moser peeking on the inside, maybe playing a little bit of mind games here.
Yeah, it's easy to do there, too, is to miss your braking point. What we talked about early in the race, that there is that pavement change. And if you miss it, looking in your mirror because you see some lights dancing, you can lock it up real easily and miss that turn completely. So here they go into turn 10. Tough to see.
You know, it's making the Miata is actually making it more interesting as well, a different dynamic, because he might not know that they're racing for position.
Yeah.
And he's really getting in the way of that battle, but it's making it more interesting.
It could be, and it's interesting to see how the draft is going to affect them as they come down the backstretch, because the Miata punches a much bigger hole than a Spec Racer Ford. So does that front car get a better pull?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
It could make the difference and keep those gaps separated.
Yeah, and Craig Wheatley appears to still be leading of of the two of them. There's a little bit of a gap for the ITZ EZ car grows, but they will get quite a big a draft there on the backstretch going into 17.
They certainly will as they head down the backstretch now. Unfortunately, we do not have a camera that can pick that up. It's having some problems, but we will see them as soon as they come under the bridge from turn 17 to make that turn towards start-finish line right in front of us out our window.
Oh, and here they are together through turn 17. It does look like that was Wheatley ahead of Moser, but we'll see here at the line. Yep. Wheatley officially takes the lead and has created a 1 second gap over Moser.
Yes.
And we have 2 laps remaining, Nick. This, I mean, come on. You got to give the people what they want.
The
SCCA is delivering.
I didn't think we had the opportunity to have this, but everything has worked out perfectly between the pit stops, the traffic, and now we have 2 cars 4 hours later, a second apart.
Yeah. And it looks like Moser made a mistake going into turn 3 there. Missed the apex, it appeared, but still maintaining kind of that about 1 second gap.
It is. It does look like the gap is staying pretty static. However, that number 8 car in front of them is moving away from them, if I am not mistaken. So that could be a draft getting taken away from that front car and allow that second car to catch back up.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely getting exciting. And when you're in within a second, you know, that draft definitely plays a big factor. You can kind of make up from some of your mistakes when you have that draft. So I would be interested to see if Wheatley here goes for a pass on the IT car to see if he can maybe create some more distance.
Yeah, he's a little far back. I don't know if you have the ability to make it, but I do feel like the 8 cars holding up their times. Looking at the best lap times, both Wheatley and Moser have put down laps that are 3 seconds faster than anything the number 8 car has done. So
True.
It is certainly an option there, and I gotta say, looking at that exit of turn 13, I think Moser got a really good run. I think we might be seeing a move being made this lap as we come into what we believe is the white flag. It looks like our flagman is holding a white flag there.
I hope everyone at home is also enjoying this battle late into the night. We're at 7:57 local time, about to receive the white flag. Will it be Wheatley? Will it be Moser? Who do you have your money on, Nick?
I don't know.
I know you are a betting man, so if you had to put the life savings on one of them right now, who would it be?
It's tough. In a class that drafts so much, it's hard to not pick the second car, but I think I'm going to pick Wheatley. I'm going to take the front car and hope he holds him off.
Well, he definitely created some gap there in turn 16, it appeared. Maybe down the backstretch from that punching the big hole. And it looks like Wheatley is trying to make a move on the Miata to maybe create some more distance, but as we see here going to turn 1, that was unsuccessful. So if you are Moser right now, you have to be on the money.
Yeah, I think you're really hoping that Wheatley goes for that pass. You know, any corner you can get them side by side in front of you could be the chance for you to make up that ground.
Yeah, and if I'm a pit crew on the pit wall, I may be going up to the guy driving the IT car.
You can see he's falling back from the IT car towards Moser.
This could get exciting, Nick. We had a gap there of 1.7 seconds, but it appears to have closed up a little bit.
It does so far as we come into turn number 7. Too far for anyone to make a move right now. So they're all just holding their ground, but they are awfully close. I think that gap is still coming down a little bit.
Oh, this is getting spicy, Nick, and this is what we came here for. Watch him come down the backstretch on the far side of the track. I don't know. I mean, he's definitely within striking distance.
I think you are at the point of probably a really big lunge if you were going to make it. It might be like a Max Verstappen style of I made it to the apex first. And I don't know if I want to see that in this kind of racing, but, you know, maybe these guys know each other. Spec Racer Ford races together a lot. They're both Florida drivers, so.
But it does appear, they're quite a big mistake
big
there
mistake.
from Moser.
Yeah,
definitely missed either the break point or the turn in going into 13, and that might seal the deal for Wheatley. You know, Wheatley probably looking in the mirror Right, I got this one.
That might have been the nail in the coffin, but either way, this is going to be a much closer finish than any of us expected when we were talking just 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I mean, still quite a big of a gap, and we saw the last lap. Wheatley appears to have a little bit of an advantage on down the backstretch, maybe from the draft that they're getting from the IT car in front, but also maybe getting out of 16 a lot better than Moser.
Yeah.
It appeared that Moser made a mistake in 13 and possibly making one at 16 as well.
Right.
So we'll see here. They're
There
going
they go
to turn
into 17. It's
the
a big gap.
the
Yeah.
gap. But how exciting is this? Wheatley was 3 laps down
Yeah.
at just a few moments ago, and we get the checker flag here. Craig Wheatley and
There
the
it
32
is.
Spec Racer Ford takes the win, the comeback win, winning by 2.6 seconds over Raymond Moser. I mean, you can't get any better than that.
That is absolutely right. It was an exciting finish to a race that we weren't really sure was going to have one. And to have them finish 2.5 seconds apart after 4 hours is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't get much better than that.
Yeah, after long green flag runs in the end there, they still found a way to be that close to each other. And you really have to love endurance racing for moments like that.
I'm sure that the crew on the pit wall are all going nuts, and the whole team going to victory lane together, I bet, will be exciting over the next several minutes for them.
Yeah.
So, be pretty awesome. Also, just to run down the order here, the father-son team of Joe and Gianni Morrow that was in that battle finished 3 laps down. Finished 3rd overall, 3 laps down. We had Rodin Unesi and an ITR in the top, or finished 4th overall. Richard Unger won the ITS class over Alfonso Diaz, the second, by 20 laps. So completed 71 laps to 51 was Richard Unger over Alfonso Diaz, the second. And I believe Alfonso Diaz did have that engine trouble several minutes ago.
He did, yes. That was that car.
We want to thank everyone here today. The fans watching on the stream in the chat. I want to thank our volunteers on the course, helping provide a safe and fun environment for all of our drivers. We want to thank our director, Spencer Gaynor, who's helped direct this production, as well as Greg Ginsberg and DriversEye Live. Nick, I had a great time sharing the booth with you tonight. We have more action tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow, 8 a.m. local time. This is John Davison, Nick Soriano with me. Everyone have a great night.
Thanks, everyone.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road, hundreds of brands and thousands of parts. Online 24/7 at racecareng.com or toll free 800-882-7231.